Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, partners and colleagues. My name is Aideen Gilmore and I am the Director of Partnerships and Capacity Development at IBP. And it is my real pleasure to open this event that brings us together around a shared commitment, strengthening transparency, accountability and citizen engagement in public budgets. Today's launch of the Open Budget Survey takes place as part of IBP's Building Alliances for Budget Accountability initiative, supported by the European Union. And this week we have been holding, as part of this initiative, a regional convening that brings together all the key stakeholders in the programme to share and learn from each other's experiences and forge reform agendas. At the heart of this initiative is a simple but powerful idea. Public budgets must work for people. Over 4 years, across 7 countries in the region, we are working to create the conditions necessary for open, inclusive and accountable budgeting systems. Our approach is grounded in 3 mutually reinforcing pillars. The first is evidence and data. Through the Open Budget Survey, we generate independent, comparative data on fiscal transparency, public participation and oversight. This is not just about numbers and measurement, it is about equipping stakeholders with credible evidence to identify gaps, track progress, and drive reform. The second pillar is capacity and capability, because data alone is not enough. We are supporting civil society organisations with the skills, tools, and knowledge needed to analyse budgets, navigate the political economy, and engage effectively in the budget process. The third is action and advocacy. Equipped with evidence and strengthened capacity, civil society partners are developing and implementing targeted advocacy strategies designed to bring civil society and government into dialogue, creating opportunities for constructive engagement and reform. Together, these elements form a coherent strategy. Data informs capacity, capacity drives advocacy, and advocacy leads to change. And we are already seeing the foundations of impact. We see civil society actors who are confident, capable, and connected, engaging in informed and constructive dialogue with government and oversight actors. And as we will soon hear, we are seeing incremental but genuine shifts in transparency, participation, and oversight, key ingredients for better governance. The Open Budget Survey is a central pillar of this work. It was first launched in 2006, and it is the world's only independent, comparative, and fact-based research instrument to assess budget transparency, public participation, and oversight across countries. In 2024, IBP released the global results of the 2023 round of the OBS, which highlighted both significant gains and persistent gaps in the Western Balkans and Türkiye. Reformers in the region have improved transparency over the last decade and introduced good practices in specific areas, yet these advances remain uneven and are not always institutionalized or linked to inclusive participation and stronger oversight. The release of the 2025 round of the OBS today comes at a critical moment for the region. Countries face ongoing requests related to EU accession, fiscal consolidation, and demands for better public services and social protection. The EU and other development stakeholders are seeking credible and evidence-based approaches to public financial management, while civil society organisations are working to connect budget analysis more directly to people's lived experiences and rights. Despite progress, engagement around budgets is still fragmented, and the potential of tools like the OBS is not fully realised. At the highest level, our goal is clear: to increase government responsiveness to citizen engagement in the budget. Because when governments listen, and when citizens participate, and when information is open, public resources are more likely to be used effectively and equitably, and in ways that improve people's lives. Finally, this initiative is fundamentally about partnerships. It brings together civil society, governments, regional actors, and international partners in a shared effort to strengthen democratic governance and public financial management. As we begin this event, I encourage all of us to reflect on how we can deepen these collaborations, scale this work, and sustain the momentum. Because ultimately, it's not just about budgets, it is about trust, accountability, and the kind of societies we want to build. Thank you. I'd like to introduce now Mihai Damascan from the European Commission.
You put me so as high on the stage as the commissioner, so I guess the expectations are very high from my side. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mihai Damascan. I'm the PFM desk and public procurement chapter desk of the accession negotiations in DG ENEST, Enlargement and Eastern Neighborhood of the European Commission, from the unit which is dealing with the enlargement strategy and cooperation, and as well as the project manager from the Commission side for the IBP. The colleagues from the IBP, the representatives of the Western Balkans and Türkiye, the representatives of the civil society organizations, dear all, on behalf of the European Commission and DG ENEST, I would like to warmly welcome you in sunny Tirana, as we could see outside. First of all, let me thank the IBP partners for the organization of the regional launch of the event of the OBS 2025. I'm pleased to be here today for the opening of the event, and of course, I'm looking forward to the results presented by the IBP, as well as the panel discussions, which I expect to trigger fruitful discussions between the participants. When talking about PFM reforms and more broadly governance reforms, let me start with the geopolitical context and the EU enlargement process as part of it. In recent years and even months, Europe has faced some of its most serious challenges, in particular Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, rising global tensions, and growing pressure on our democracies, not speaking of the increasing fuel prices. This all contributed to the increased focus on the EU neighborhood and a new momentum for the EU enlargement. As you know, the not so new European Commission started its work in December 2024, and it declared enlargement as one of its main priorities. The EU is currently reinforcing the integration process of the Western Balkans region. We have completed the screening process with North Macedonia, provided the candidate status to Bosnia and Herzegovina, and intensified the process of provisionally closing the acquis chapters with Montenegro, the country aiming at closing all chapters provisionally by the end of this year, while Albania has now all negotiating clusters opened with the aim of the country to close all chapters provisionally by the end of 2027. On the east, I gotta say, Moldova and Ukraine, while currently waiting council approval to open the fundamentals cluster, the Commission noted that both countries are aiming at provisionally closing all chapters by 2028. We have a very ambitious agenda ahead of us and stepping up the preparations for the integration of the region into the EU. Now, Turkey is a key partner for the EU and a candidate country. In today's rapidly changing global context, there is clearly more that connects us than divides us. Our strong and trust-based partnership is reflected in increased high-level engagement across a range of areas, including trade, prevention of sanctions, circumvention, the economy, climate, migration, and security. This is also why our Commissioner Marta Kos, was in Turkey last month to further strengthen dialogue and advance cooperation on concrete priorities. As the Commissioner has announced, the European Investment Bank is resuming operations in Turkey, starting with projects to support SMEs. We're also engaging closely on the cross-regional connectivity agenda from Black Sea to the South Caucasus and Central Asia, while trade relationship is important for both sides. The customs union, of course, has boosted value chain integration between the EU and Turkey, and further work is needed to achieve its full potential, while we remain committed to working with Turkey to turn shared interests into tangible results. At the same time, let me reiterate that the EU accession process remains merit-based and will depend on the progress with the reforms. From the EU perspective, candidate countries and potential candidates must demonstrate that they can manage public resources transparently and in line with EU standards, both to protect the EU budget and ensure long-term macroeconomic stability after accession. For the EU, sound public financial management are not only technical goals and accession requirements. A sound PFM system needs to have credible, responsible, and transparent budgetary framework, establishing strong, independent fiscal oversight, comprehensive fiscal data, and transparency also regarding reporting, strong medium-term budget planning, as well as enforced and independently monitored fiscal rules. These are just a few elements, essential elements, of Chapter 17 of the Acquis on economic and monetary policy. They are essential to economic convergence, public trust, and democratic legitimacy in our countries. That is why PFM, as of a wider public administration reform, is one of the three fundamentals under the EU enlargement strategy, together with the rule of law and economic governance. And it will become even more important after the EU accession, when we will need to ensure the protection of the EU internal market, the EU interest, and strengthen the scrutiny over the use of EU budget, including under EU structural funds. Now, when it comes to the role of civil society in the EU accession process, I would like to underline that strengthening, enabling environment for civil society in enlargement countries is also an important element of the EU accession process. Enlargement countries must guarantee fundamental freedoms, expression, assembly, and association, ensure a supportive financial environment, and foster collaboration structures between CSOs and the state. Since the adoption of the revised enlargement methodology in 2020, evaluating civil society's operational conditions as essential components of democratic institutions has become a fundamental aspect of the enlargement process. Progress in these areas significantly influences the overall pace of the accession negotiations. Despite legal frameworks of enlargement countries often meeting the international standards, implementation is frequently inadequate and inconsistent, failing to fully guarantee the rights in practice. This is not compatible with our standards. Engaging with civil society is a strategic priority for DG ENEST. CSOs are instrumental in strengthening democracies, enhancing accountability, and achieving policy and economic social development goals. They play a pivotal role in fostering democratic reforms and human rights across ENEST regions. CSOs also play a key role as multipliers and as enablers of society reforms necessary to achieve progress on the enlargement path. Ensuring effective participation in decision-making through public consultations is critical. Enlargement countries are expected to establish and maintain mechanisms for dialogue and cooperation between CSOs and public authorities at all decision-making levels, including government, parliament, and local level. In many cases, while these mechanisms exist on paper, they're at times dysfunctional and inactive, or lack a genuine partnership element, thereby hindering civil society's ability to meaningfully engage in policy dialogue. Against a backdrop of emerging restrictions and shrinking space for civil society in some of our EU member states, the Commission adopted the first EU strategy for civil society in November 2025, focusing on strengthening civil society engagement, protection of the civic space, and supporting civil society as such. The enlargement dimension, of course, is integrated into the strategy throughout the document, which was a strategic priority for DG ENEST. The mainstreaming of enlargement across the document helps to foster the idea that civil society actors across both EU member states and enlargement countries operate in shared civic space. I have to add with great appreciation that the regional program of the IBP in the Western Balkans and Türkiye has contributed extensively to the objectives of the Commission when it comes to strengthening the capacity and expertise of CSOs and their engagement with administrations, while it does so specifically on enhancing budget accountability and as such on PFM. So thank you for that. Well, to support power PFM reforms in the Western Balkans and Türkiye, DG ENEST has allocated above 50 million euros to the regional programs under our last programming cycle from the Instrument of Pre-Accession Assistance, a part of which represents the regional program, the IBP. Certainly, we have further regional engagements with OECD Sigma and with IFIs such as the IMF, World Bank, and the Center of Excellence in Finance in Ljubljana, especially when it comes to PFM right now. This is in addition to the budget support programs, other country-specific programs in some of the countries in the areas of power and economic governance. And let me proudly note that in relation to our meeting today, that our joint efforts have helped the Western Balkan administrations and Turkey to improve their budgetary frameworks, and more specifically enhancing engagement with relevant stakeholders, including CSOs. Notable improvements are also seen in the capacities of CSOs, having strengthened the ability to use budget evidence for strategic engagement and accountability. These improvements are also due to the hard work of experts from the IBP, which without the diligent efforts of the CSOs and the authorities would have not been achieved. There is a new momentum. The Western Balkans are now at a critical juncture, advancing on their EU path while also confronting complex fiscal and structural challenges. While we are reinforcing the EU integration process of the region, we are also putting an important focus on the link between reforms and investments. To this aim, as you know, the European Commission has adopted, again, a not so new growth plan for Western Balkans with the aim of bringing our partners closer to the EU through offering some of the benefits of EU membership to the region in advance of accession. The growth plan has the potential to double the size of the Western Balkan economies within the next 10 years. To support this process, a new, again, not so new, 6 billion euro, 2 billion in grants, 4 billion in concession loans, a financial instrument, the Reform and Growth Facility for the Western Balkans has been prepared and ongoing for the period of 2024-2027. And despite the complexities of developing and rolling out this new instrument, new to us, new to the region, not so new anymore, we are delivering. Through the intense technical engagement, all 6 reform agendas have been approved, very ambitious agendas that include a total of 731 reform steps necessary in the context of the EU accession, which already includes the reform agenda of Bosnia and Herzegovina, approved by the Commission in December 2025. We have been able to disperse payments to Albania, North Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia for achieved steps, and the first pre-financing payments also for Kosovo. We also keep receiving from the partners the reports of the implementation of the set of reforms, and I gotta say that the reform momentum is visible and growing across the region. The implementation rate is comparable to that of our member states in the first 15 months of the Recovery and Resilience Facility. We provide policy guidance to Turkey on the regulatory environment for businesses through the Economic Reform Program. The latest guidance also underlines the importance of boosting competitiveness and attracting investments, in particular by improving transparency and predictability in the regulatory and institutional environment affecting businesses. The authorities are taking steps to improve the quality of public finance, but some challenges remain as the structure of the budget has worsened in recent years. We understand that the authorities plan to support fiscal consolidation by pursuing fiscal measures, such as broadening the tax base and undertaking public expenditure reviews to identify possible efficiency gains. Again, we remain committed to working with Turkey to turn our shared interest into tangible results. Now, as conclusion, above all, we must continue supporting reforms that are inclusive, credible, transparent, and owned by national institutions, contributing to greater accountability. In these regards, I want to warmly thank our partners at the IBP, but also all of you for a steadfast commitment to the region, technical excellence, and spirit of partnership. Together, we are building the foundations of EU accession, economic resilience, and long-term prosperity in the Western Balkans and Turkey. I'm looking forward to the results and findings of the OBS 2025, as well as to today's panels and fruitful discussions, while I would like to thank you in advance for participating actively in the room and online as well. Thank you. Aideen?
Thank you, everyone, for being here today. My name is Sally Torbert. I'm the Global Lead for Policy and Research at the International Budget Partnership. And I have the great honor of presenting now, launching the regional results of the Open Budget Survey 2025 for the Western Balkans region and Türkiye. So let me start, before we get into the results themselves. I want to position what we're talking about today in terms of why it matters. So let me start with a number and a question that I think everyone in this room has heard or asked themselves. And that is, what would it take for governments to earn the trust of their people? So this is a striking survey finding that we want to just frame the presentation results today. And it's from the 2024 Balkan Barometer that finds that only 1 in 3 people in the Western Balkans region trust their government or their parliament. And I think it's a number worth keeping in mind as we start to talk about the scores and the findings of the Open Budget Survey. Because what I'm going to argue today is that low public trust is not just a passing moment. It is, in a large part, an accountability problem. It's what happens when governments make consequential decisions about public money, how it is raised, how it is spent, and who it reaches, and the systems that should be making those decisions visible and contestable and correctable, but they're not working as they should. And so when parliaments and audit institutions cannot effectively scrutinize budget choices, when citizens have no structured way to question whether or not public finances are reaching the services that they rely on, when information only exists on paper, but it doesn't translate into real oversight or influence, these are the types of things that can undermine public trust. So this is what the Open Budget Survey measures. It's not opinions. It's not bureaucratic compliance. It's not whether governments are legally required to do certain things. But it is an actual assessment of the practical questions of whether people and their representatives, including parliaments, audit institutions, civil society, whether they can see what is happening with public money and have a real say in it. We've been conducting the Open Budget Survey for 2 decades now, and it is the only independent, comparable assessment of budget accountability in the world. The survey is done based on a set of indicators that are based on international standards. It's done by an independent researcher in each country that it is conducted in. And so we'd like to extend a great thank you to the partners in this room who've worked on it with us on the conducting of this survey. All results are reviewed by the International Budget Partnership to make sure that they're comparable and consistent across countries. Today, we're going to be releasing the results for the Western Balkans and Türkiye, so 7 countries: Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kosovo, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Serbia, and Türkiye. What we found, and here you see the results on average across the 7 countries for transparency, public participation, and oversight. These are scores out of a total possible score of 100 per index. What we find is actually an important and a nuanced story. It is a story of real progress, but yet has not yet translated to public confidence. And it is a story that I want to try and explain how these results link to public trust in the region. So what we find across the region is that overall, our biggest gap is on participation, which has a regional average of only 13 out of 100 across the entire region. But transparency and oversight are more moderate. But let me start with what is a genuinely positive story, because it matters and it should be acknowledged. Across the region, in the Western Balkans and Türkiye, governments are making available the key budget documents that the OBS measures in terms of how public information should be released. They are also strengthening formal accountability frameworks, and they are aligning their fiscal practices with EU standards. So as you can see, for most countries, transparency scores have moved upwards over successive rounds of the survey. And this graph shows changes from the Open Budget Survey results from 2019 to 2025. And you can see for nearly all countries in a region, that is a positive trend. That reflects real institutional effort and in many cases, genuine political commitment. Transparency scores are based on the public availability and the content of key budget documents. And it's a very strong practice that all 7 countries in the region make their executive budget proposal publicly available. This is the government's plan for how it will raise and spend public money in the coming year. Most produce also citizens' budgets. This is a simplified version of the budget document that is made accessible to the general public. And several countries have improved the quality and the coverage of their audit reports. And these are not trivial achievements. But here we see a critical nuance, and it is the heart of what the OBS 2025 finds for this region on transparency, and that governments are much better at publishing information on what they plan to do than at explaining what they actually did. So the further that you move down through the budget cycle, from budget proposal into execution, especially into mid-year adjustments, this mid-year review score that you see, that is when less information becomes publicly available. But it is precisely the stage when executive discretion is the highest. This is when reallocations happen, when capital projects accelerate or stall, when contingency funds get deployed. This is when the budget either delivers on its promises or quietly doesn't. So when you see low scores on the mid-year review, that is a document that is supposed to tell the public and the parliament whether the budget is on track, what has changed, and why. But in 5 out of 7 countries in the region, this document is simply not published. It's not late, it's not incomplete, it's just not published at all. So only Albania and Türkiye within the region publish them, and we have seen some improvements on them in those 2 countries, and it's an exciting progress. Even so, they can still be improved in terms of explaining more analysis of how mid-year developments affect outcomes, overall fiscal prospects, and public services. Because without this information, citizens and oversight institutions have little basis for holding governments to account for how budgets are managed during the year. And we say that this is particularly important because if governments don't explain mid-year changes, every source of adjustment can become also a source of suspicion. A delayed infrastructure project, a sudden reallocation of funding from health to administrative expenses, cuts to a social program. Without explanation, sometimes these neutral technical decisions are read as signs of something hidden. And in several countries in this region, high-profile failures of publicly financed projects have triggered this kind of public backlash. Initially focused on accountability for a specific incident, but then it expands to wider demands about procurement, fiscal risks, and who's really in charge of public money. So transparency that stops just at the budget proposal phase, it's not enough. It's a necessary foundation, but it's not enough for full accountability. If the transparency picture is one of partial progress, on participation, the picture is a little more stark. Public participation, which we say is structured opportunities for people to influence budget choices, is the weakest pillar of budget accountability in the region. And while public consultation has improved, these gains are still minimal. Across the 7 countries, public participation scores remain critically low. And where there are mechanisms that do exist, they are largely again confined to the early stages of budget preparation. For example, a few countries, we're talking about Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, and Serbia, they have some form of public engagement during budget formulation with the legislature. However, only Albania and Kosovo allow for direct public engagement during budget formulation with the executive, that first column there. These are modest but real starting points. But this is a finding that I think deserves to be heard, is that not a single country in this region, if you look at the second column here, has any mechanism for public engagement during budget implementation. Once the budget is approved and the government begins spending, the public is effectively locked out. And this is an accountability gap that I would argue most directly connects to public frustration, because it is not the budget proposal that determines whether a family gets a functioning clinic in their community, or whether a school gets repaired, or whether a road gets built. It is the execution of the budget. And so it is what happens after the budget is passed, when the priorities shift, when funds moved, that is important for trust. And this is the stage that the door is closed. We'd like to single out Kosovo as a genuine example of what is possible. So through a legally mandated process in the law of public financial management, municipalities are required to hold public budget hearings before submitting their proposals to the Ministry of Finance. Citizens here can submit input directly. Some municipalities hold directly hearings for women, youth, and non-majority communities. So the depth of this types of consultation can vary, but this demonstrates that structured, documented political engagement is achievable. And it doesn't require extraordinary political will. It requires a decision to make public consultation routine. The third pillar of the Open Budget Survey is oversight. And this is the capacity of parliaments and audit institutions to scrutinize the budget to ensure that governments are held to account. Here, the regional picture is one of formal capacity without functional consequence. Audit institutions across the region, they are very technically capable. They have solid legal mandates, and they regularly publish audit reports. And the audit reports, they also cover a significant share of public expenditure. And so this is a very strong baseline, and that does matter. The problem is, however, is that audits by themselves do not produce accountability. What produces accountability is what happens after an audit is completed, whether the executive is required to respond to the findings of the audit report, whether Parliament follows up on the findings of an audit report, and whether there are consequences for non-compliance. On that measure, especially from executive governments, we see that the region is significantly underperforming. Only Kosovo has a clear systematic mechanism for the executive government to track and publicly report on its implementation of audit recommendations, while Montenegro and North Macedonia report on the implementation of some recommendations. For other countries, there is no public reporting at all. So think about what that means in practice. If an audit institution identifies a problem, such as wasteful spending or a procurement irregularity, or an unexplained deviation from the approved budget, then they publish the finding. And then in most countries in the region, there is no formal requirement for the government to publicly say, we heard that and this is what we did about it. Now, this gap is specifically at the executive level, where the obligation to respond publicly and systematically is the weakest. Now, I'll say that really matters because it is the executive who really controls the spending and ultimately needs to be held to account for how they respond to audits. But parliaments and supreme audit institutions across the region do, and you see in this first column here, it is stronger there. They actually do quite a bit of tracking in terms of what happens to audit findings. So the picture isn't one of complete silence. It's really a gap at the executive level. We do want to highlight Montenegro as an example of a bright spot. And this is, in Montenegro, there is a parliamentary committee that examines audit reports and publishes its conclusions in a relatively timely way. So this creates a visible link between audit findings and the legislative response. Bosnia and Herzegovina and North Macedonia are also making early steps, in particular, to also invite public input into audit topics. So this is a very strong and encouraging improvement in public engagement. But the broader pattern is one where we do warn that oversight can lose its deterrent effects if findings don't visibly lead to action. And when oversight has no teeth, public suspicion about how money is managed and who is managing it becomes an entirely rational concern. I want to spend a moment on something that directly connects to people's lived concerns, even if it rarely gets framed this way in public debate, and that is around fiscal risk and in particular debt. IMF assessments do point to elevated levels of debt across the region, and these levels of debt can cause meaningful constraints in terms of social spending. They can complicate investment decisions, and it does mean that future fiscal pressures can force difficult choices about services in the future. So what we find about the Open Budget Survey transparency, specifically on the indicators of fiscal risk, well, we see it's fragmented and in many cases incomplete. So no country in the region provides long-term projections of the sustainability of government findings in their budget documentation. To some extent, Kosovo has some discussion of this, but not a full 10-year projection of the impact or the sustainability of public finances over time. This type of long-term kind of analysis allows parliaments and citizens to assess whether governments are managing public finances sustainably now, or whether they're potentially shifting costs of spending now into the future. In addition, specifically on the composition of debt, only 3 countries, North Macedonia, Serbia, and Kosovo, disclose the composition of their debt in terms of external and external. And this is really important for understanding exposure to interest rate shocks and currency shocks. State-owned enterprises are also another source of significant hidden risk. Many governments in the region own companies that may need to be bailed out at public expense, and only Serbia in the region discloses all public transfers to state-owned enterprises as part of the budget proposal. Montenegro and Serbia also account for government guarantees that could fall into the public budget. So for the rest of this information, it likely exists somewhere, but it's not systematically disclosed as part of the budget process. And that is a problem because if fiscal surprises happen, they can be deeply corrosive to public trust. When a government faces an unexpected fiscal shock and is forced to cut services or request emergency funding, the public has no prior context to understand why that shock occurred or what the fiscal risk profile of the government looked like. So at the best, it looks like mismanagement, and at the worst, it looks like deception. So fiscal risk, transparency about fiscal risk, this is not just a technical fine print. This is the foundation for having an honest public conversation around trade-offs in these fiscal risks. So I want to close the substantive presentation of the results of the Open Budget Survey on something that I think it's underreported in conversations about governance in this region. And our EU delegate mentioned this as well. And that civil society is doing really important work about how to make public budgets more responsive to the people that they're supposed to serve. So I'm going to share with you 4 examples. There's going to be a report released now online. We'll give you a link to it where you can read more. But here's some examples. In Albania, Together for Life has been spending years tracking the health sector budget, and not just allocations, but actual expenditures, to assess whether spending is responsive to patient needs. So they've done sustained analysis and advocacy, and they've contributed to the health sector budget increasing from 2.9% of GDP to 3.2% of GDP. They've successfully pushed for increased mental health funding and worked with patient right advocates to get hearing aids for children included in the health budget. So this is what budget accountability looks like in practice. Not just making budget documents available, but having the types of information that civil society can use to change outcomes for people. In North Macedonia, the Center for Research and Policymaking is using gender-responsive budgeting to hold governments to account for whether public money is actually meeting women's needs, both at the national and local levels. Their most recent milestone was successfully advocating to lower the VAT taxes on feminine hygiene products. So this sounds small in terms of budgetary terms, but it's an important signal. Whose needs does the budget serve? In Serbia, Transparency International and its coalition are monitoring procurement on major public infrastructure projects, including the Belgrade Expo 2027, and pushing for genuine competitive processes. Public procurement is one of the areas that is most vulnerable to corruption and mismanagement, and civil society shining the light on this type of oversight of public procurement is sometimes an area that formal institutions cannot or will not provide themselves. In Turkey, TEPHAV has been tracking the education budget for over a decade, and they've documented the decline of public spending on education from 20% to 14% of total budget spending, even as the population has grown and refugee inflows have increased. So this is connecting budget data to visual social outcomes. And it also contributes to things like regional inequality, the girls' enrollment rates, and limited preschool access. They're building a public case for why the government should make a different set of choices. These examples all share a common thread. They are all civil society groups using budget information, sometimes incomplete and not clear budget information, but they're still using it to make visible what governments have chosen not to put at the forefront. In doing so, they're creating exactly the type of informed public engagement that our survey shows is structurally missing in this region. And so the question is not whether is this possible, because it clearly is. The question is are governments willing to make it easier, by providing better information, earlier information, and genuine mechanisms for people to provide public influence at the moments that budget decisions are being made. So let me come back to where I started. What do we think it would take for governments to earn the trust of their people? The Open Budget Survey 2025 findings show that the answer is not that there's nothing happening in the region. There are very good progress that is already being made. But in many cases, sometimes this progress is being made invisible. If it's too much at the level of formal institutions or technical compliance, well, the decisions that matter most for people tend to happen behind closed doors or with limited explanations and limited space for people to actually influence them. So to close this gap, governments can really build on the progress they've already made and then go further. And that is to focus specifically on the accountability gaps that, if left unaddressed, could continue to undermine public trust. We'd suggest start by making publicly available the mid-year reviews that explain why spending plans have changed and not just updated budget execution numbers. Then develop participation mechanisms that extend all the way through budget execution so that communities can ask questions and give feedback about whether services are being delivered as promised. We'd also argue that executive governments need to start reporting systematically on what has been done about audit findings, and then in particular on fiscal risks. Talk more honestly about debt, about state-owned enterprises, and about long-term sustainability about fiscal choices, so that when difficult decisions have to be made, they can be made in the public and with public understanding. We know that several countries in the region are already doing these things. I mentioned already Kosovo's participatory budget framework. That's already grounded in law. And Montenegro's parliamentary committee, in discussing audit findings, is already making a link to accountability. We also flagged that North Macedonia has a very strong open finance portal that makes data accessible throughout the year. So these examples already exist, and what is needed is the political will to make them standard rather than exceptional. For the civil society organizations, our partners, and our advocates in this room, your role is essential in pushing for these standards and using the information that is available to hold the governments accountable, and that is an indispensable role in the future as well. So we have just launched the new Open Budget Survey Regional Report. If you go to this hyperlink, or you can also scan this QR code, you can access it and download both our regional findings, but also the report for your specific country. And we encourage you to go and look. You also have printed copies for those in the room outside to see what your country is doing well and what can be done in the future to be improved. So to close, I'd say budget accountability is not just a technocratic exercise, it is how governments keep their promises. And in the region where public trust is already low and the stakes for getting governance right is high, it has never mattered more. So thanks very much for your time, and I'm now going to open for questions. So I think one of my colleagues may be going around with a microphone.
Thank you. I'm Wim Joens from the EU delegation. So we are trying to support also fiscal risk and fiscal risk reporting. So I was just wondering if you plan to include this as sort of the standard practices in your assessment, because it's sort of more or less you would have to hope that it's included in the documents that are in there, or how this is kind of reflected in the methodology that you have.
Hello, Albana Dimitri from IP3. More or less, I was having the same question, in the sense that all the region is going through EU integration. So how that one can be part of a kind of mandatory thing that the government has to do? Because what I see is that formally they're doing fine, but in practical terms, it's not happening. And maybe the entire integration, even in Albania and in the Western Balkans, is going to be like formally we made screening, now we are adopting the legislation, but the real life maybe can be a huge gap that has to be completed. So how some of this result can be a kind of mandatory of the governments to be implemented at the moment that they are going to be to the part of the EU. And the second one, how do you feel the culture thing influence the entire thing in this region? Because you see a huge gap between formal thing that the government is doing. So formally they are fine, they're putting there, but you have such a huge, it's like 4 times less the points of transparency with the public participation. Isn't it culture thing that, I mean, we have to explore, we have to push, we have to, in a certain way, go against it, that can activate a little bit, because each country in this region does have a particular story of how they have been developed, how the public trust is facing the challenge of being trusted by the people, etc. So it's like a long thing that maybe something different has to be pushed a little bit into this Western Balkan, that through a kind of indicator can be maybe developed in the next term. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Blagica Petreski from Finance Think North Macedonia. First of all, congratulations on your new publication. I really was inspired by your presentation, first of all. While we are focusing a lot on the public transparency, one of your slides related to the fiscal risks is a topics that is underdeveloped, that is under discussed, that is under analyzed. So probably we should be focused more on this slide and on these topics in the forthcoming period, because that is the content of the sound fiscal policies. I have one very technical question for you. Why you are comparing 2025 with the 2019 and not 2023? Because 2019 was a COVID crisis and there could be some technical issues. Thank you.
How about I answer those and I'll get to the next ones in a second. So these are really great questions, and thank you all so much for thinking deeply about this. On the question of fiscal risks, so the indicators that we have on fiscal risk, because this is an assessment of budget transparency, it doesn't do a comprehensive analysis of fiscal risk management by the governments. It simply talks about how is it disclosed to the public, and especially how is it connected with the broader discussion of whether or not budgets are responding to potential fiscal risks. And so the indicators that we particularly look at, most of them look at what is presented in the executive budget proposal. And so this is why I flag that information may exist. There may be separate reports that are published by the government around fiscal analysis of different types of risks. But if it's not included in the budget documentation, our indicators won't capture it, because we're especially interested, and especially this methodology is developed, is that indicator, is that information disclosed at the time that it matters in the budget decision? And so if you're producing a document, but you're hiding it on the back end of a website where no one looks for it, or you're not talking about it as part of the budget debates, we're not going to capture it. In the country summaries that you have, you will not see a particular breakout of an indicator by indicator. That's because there's 109 scored indicators in the entire survey. So there's a lot of information. That said, all of each individual indicator is available for download on our website. And we also can work with you if you're looking at want to kind of download and capture the specific kind of that heat map that I presented for your particular country. We can work with you to show you kind of how your country is doing on the specific indicators. So to your point as well about should we be focusing our conversations today and for the rest of the week around issues of fiscal risk, I would say if you want to, yes. And I think this is always an interesting aspect of budget transparency, is that budgets are big documents and they try and answer a lot of questions for a lot of different interests. And so there's some information in there that you might say, oh, that's not as relevant now. And of course, that's right. You know, it should be there in case it is relevant. But if the challenge that you think your country and the region faces is around, we have a lot of fiscal risk, we have increasing debt, debt interest rates are going up, so the cost that we pay for debt is now a critical issue, and that's what we should be discussing. Absolutely, I think this is what we need to ask ourselves and our government counterparts to say, are we thinking about this with enough care And are we talking about this in enough care in the budget documents and the way that it's being communicated to the public? So both of those questions on fiscal risk, very, very well accepted. On the question of public participation, we do see that there are variations in the ways that public participation is structured depending on how people communicate with their government over time. And so I think your question around, if you've got formal disclosure of information, that's a very good foundation. And we would say that, in fact, as powerful as public participation is, and especially around the importance of actually engaging with dialogue, right? That it's not simply releasing information to the public and assuming that people understand. That's not a trust building exercise. It's part of it, but it doesn't actually do the exchange that we say is essential to really building a conversation between governments and their people around the budget decisions that they're making. And so you're absolutely right that it sometimes is harder. It's the second step, right? Many governments start with transparency and then move to participation because, quite frankly, publishing a document is easier than having sometimes the difficult decisions about trade-offs, about trying to manage all the different inputs and expectations across society that really has to happen if you're going to have meaningful public engagement in the budget process. But how that happens, there is no one way that is the right way. And it does vary depending on the history, the ways that governments try and reach their people that is different per country. And so I do think that history matters, and it's worth a conversation around in your country, if the government were to make a real effort at trying to have that conversation, what is the best way to do it? And we have examples that you can share and talk about, but I do think that you're right to say that culturally, it does matter how that's been done in the past. Okay. Oh, yes, 29. Thank you. Sorry. So on the reason why we presented this between 2019 and 2025 is you're right. Actually, the 2019 was before COVID. And we did see a lot of impacts in terms of the transparency, especially actually on the legislature during COVID. Many legislatures, especially because of shutdowns, had a reduced ability to do budget scrutiny during COVID. And we've now seen bounce back. And so what we wanted to show was that basically we are still seeing improvements even since before COVID. I will flag that actually the trends are remarkably similar between 2023 and 2025. So as we're showing improvements, not as dramatic in some cases, and some countries are variation. On the country summaries, you'll be able to see when you go to each country page, you can compare over time. You can see each round over time. But we did in the regional report want to flag the longer term trend. And not only that, but that in some countries, there's been a leap over time, and some countries are not yet making that pathway forward. And so I think it's an encouragement to civil society and to governments to know that these are reforms that do take time in some cases, but when you do work at it, over time, you can incrementally go up. But yes, if you want to compare your results for this round to the last round, I would encourage you to go to the country summaries because all of the data is available there. Great. Next question.
Hi, Vesna from Center for Economic Analysis, North Macedonia. Triggered again by the very low level of preparation of the mid-year review. It seems like persistently the region, with the two countries exception, we're refusing to prepare the document, which is very important in terms of once we have passed the some transparency in the planning phase. Now it's the actual where we build the credibility. My question is, can you point or can you recall what is the trigger for those two countries that are leaping in front? What triggered the preparation and the publication of this document? Was it regulatory pressure, something within the law? Was it maybe based on experience, for example, EU accession conditionality, or is something completely different? Thanks.
Hi, it's Hakan from Turkey, TEPAF institutions. Now we have been discussing a lot of the quality of the fiscal, the policies actually. That means who is gonna burden the cost of any fiscal adjustment or who's gonna pay. So that's why the quality matters a lot, especially for pro-growth expenditure, income distribution, etc. So do you think, would you like to add any kind of this kind of question to understand the quality of the fiscal policies? The second thing is, I'm really, because I did these studies at the World Bank while I was at which is the deviation of the targets and realization between. So if there is the biasness means if the sign of the deviation is the same always, so you need to question the quality of the enacted budget actually. So that's why somehow you can understand the role of the participation in this kind of evaluation. Thanks a lot.
Okay, really great questions. And actually, for the question of why is it that some governments have been making progress on the mid-year reviews, actually happy to say that our next session, right after the break, we're going to be going for a coffee break in a few minutes, is going to be asking that question. So we'll be digging more into these specific areas in the subsequent panels. So rather than speak on behalf of the governments who we are very happy to have with us today, I think we're going to ask that question directly to them in a later session. On the quality of fiscal policies, first of all, very, very happy to hear that you're working on that issue. It is a very tough question to say, is this the right fiscal policy that the government is making? And how do we decide, is this better than something else that could be done? And I think our EU representative spoke to this earlier around, in many cases, governments try and do that a lot themselves by things like spending reviews or get impact analysis in terms of who benefits from a particular fiscal policy. We do have one indicator in the Open Budget Survey that looks at whether or not governments report on how policies and spending impacts different groups. While I don't have that data right in front of me now, I'll say that in general, that's actually one of the areas that governments do not do very well on. And it's something that we want to expand conversation around, is how do you actually, in your budget documents, explain who benefits from particular policies, who benefits from particular spending, who doesn't? Because these are really critical questions that most people care about. And oftentimes, if you're just looking at a number aggregate, you won't see the answer. So that's one way that we hope we can push government budgets to help you and analyze fiscal policy. But to a large extent, that's something that civil society often does, using budget information to try and expand and improve the debate around fiscal policies. Are they the right ones? Are they serving all people or just some? In terms of that question around whether or not governments are reaching their targets, if I understand that correctly, that's around kind of a performance question, or... Oh, sorry, yeah.
Sorry. If you find a deviation between the targets and realization, and through the time, if there's the same pattern means the sign of the deviation, the positive, that means you always estimate the taxation, comparing the realization higher. So this is a kind of the positive sign of the historical data. So is there any question to understand the issue, and then you can somehow analyze the quality of the enacted budget and the documents also?
Great question. I understand now. Actually, this is a really big problem in many countries. We call it an issue, what we call budget credibility. whether or not governments are hitting the targets that they approve in the enacted budget when they implement it. And in fact, this is very much linked to what I was flagging in the presentation around sometimes the lack of disclosure or explanation during budget execution. We've actually done, IBP has done research across countries. We looked at 35 countries and we found that on average, governments under-implement or underspend, spend less than their approved budget by an average of 9% across countries, 14% in low-income countries. So this is a persistent problem, is that many governments do overestimate their revenues in the enacted budget, and then they don't collect that full amount of revenue in implementation. And then in doing so, they have to cut back spending. And that gives them a lot of discretion to choose what is cut and what is spent. That actually increases executive discretion around what they're going to shift during the budget year and allows them to basically deviate from the enacted budget. So your question is very, very good. How do we make sure that governments are implementing their enacted budget as they say they will? And how is it that we can make sure that those estimates that go into the enacted budget are realistic and accurate? I will say that what you said right at the top is exactly how you do it. You check over time. One deviation in 1 year, that's something that could have happened. It should be explained in the mid-year reviews, right? That's why we look for that document, is if a government does have to change spending patterns during a year because of an unexplained oil price shock or something like that, the mid-year review is the document that they should be doing it in, and that helps increase the transparency of why you're deviating from your enacted budget. But the problem is that many countries have these deviations that persist year after year. And that points to something else. We do know that many countries, for example, inflate their revenue projections for political reasons, right? They're trying to push, say, their revenue agency to collect more revenue by setting a higher target. But the revenue agency actually year after year can't collect that amount. That's a problem. Now, that's one example. That might not be why it's happening. But you can see, if you start to look at the trends over time, and in the open budget survey, we do actually look, we have indicators that say, are you presenting previous year actual outcomes for the budget so that you can track patterns over time and say, are these actual credible budgets? That's a really good place to look and say, is this a persistent pattern that we need to flag and say this is undermining the credibility of your budget? Or is it something that just happened once that the government's explained, in which case it's probably not a problem. The government's paying attention and being transparent about it. It's when it's not transparent, it's chronic, and it's not being addressed that you probably think you've got a problem. So it's a really great question. Does that, yeah, it's a long answer. Yeah. Yeah, early on time. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Hey, welcome back everyone from the little break. Hope you got some coffee and some nice sweet treats. Welcome to our first panel for today. And this panel I'm excited for because many of your questions directed towards Sally are really exactly what we're going to be diving into. So this panel picks up on a theme that was shared during the OBS presentation, that across this region, governments are publishing more budget information, so more detail, more data, more documents. And that is genuinely worth acknowledging because it reflects real effort and reform. But more budget information does not automatically mean better understanding or accountability. And that is the challenge at the heart of today's panel, is compliance is not the same as credibility. So publishing a document is compliance. Helping a parliamentarian, a citizen, understand why spending shifted mid-year or why a fiscal risk materialized, that is credibility. And as we have consistently seen, this gap between compliance and credibility remains large, not just in this region, but in many regions. So we are not here to discuss why transparency matters. We know it matters. The harder question is, what does it take for published information to actually build understanding, support oversight, and earn trust? So we'll explore that question through two rounds of questions, two themes. It'll be one around budget execution and the other around fiscal risks. But first, before we get in, let me introduce our panelists here with us today. So right next to me, we have Ali Ranchbar, Deputy General Manager at the Presidency of Strategy and Budget in Turkey. Next to him, we have Boyan Paunovic, Head of the Budget Department at the Ministry of Finance in Montenegro. And next to him, we have Vesna Garvanlieva, Senior Economist at the Center for Economic Analysis in North Macedonia. And lastly, and our host for this workshop, we have Gentian Opre, Head of the Budget Department at the Ministry of Finance in Albania. And so for this session, also, however the panelists feel comfortable speaking in their own language, so you may need to use your translation. I don't know if they could briefly put up what the numbers were again, quickly. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, so Albania 1, English 2, 3, Macedonian, can even say 4, Balkan, 5, Turkish. Okay, perfect. So yeah, so before we get into the real substance, I'd like to ask each of you to briefly reflect just 1 to 2 minutes on one transparency improvement that has made the biggest difference in your context. It could be internal, something that changed how decisions get made, or external, something that shifted how the budget is understood or scrutinized. We'll start with Ali.
Evet. Ben bu konuda bazı şeyler söylemeden önce mali reform çalışmalarımıza ilişkin kısa bir bilgi vermek istiyorum. 2000'li yılların başlarından itibaren ülkelerde mali reform alanına dönük olarak önemli bir reform süreci yaşandı. Türkiye'de, ülkemizde bu konuda önemli adımlardan birini attı ve bu çalışmaların sonucunda 5018 sayılı Kamu Mali Yönetim ve Yönetim ve Kontrol Kanunu dediğimiz temel mali kanunumuz ortaya çıkmış oldu. Tabii bu atılan adımlardan sadece bir tanesi. İkinci önemli adım olarak ifade edebileceğim husus da yaklaşık 8 yıllık bir çalışmanın ardından 2021 yılıyla birlikte hayata geçirdiğimiz program bütçe. Biz bazı dokunuşlar yaptığımız için özellikle performans destekli olması hasebiyle performans esaslı program bütçe şeklinde isimlendiriyoruz ve kamuoyuyla bu şekilde paylaştık. 2021 yılından itibaren bütçelerimizi, merkezi yönetim çerçevesindeki bütçelerimizi program bütçeye uyumlu olarak hazırladık ve bu şekilde uyguluyoruz. Açık bütçe endeksindeki şeffaflık alanındaki ülkemiz puanlaması da dikkate alındığında 2019 yılından bugüne kadar, 2025 yılına kadar sürekli bir yükselişten bahsetmek mümkün. Bunu yaparken öncelikli olarak attığımız temel adımlardan bir tanesi yayınladığımız raporların zamanlılığı konusunu önceliklendirmemiz ve buna dikkat etmemiz. Bir diğer konu da program bütçenin hayata geçirilmiş olması. Bu konuda notların sürekli şeffaflık anlamındaki notumuzun sürekli yükselmesini beraberinde getirdi. Program bütçe neden önemli bizim için? Çünkü özellikle bütçelerin biliyorsunuz teknik dokümanlar, program bütçe katkısı, program bütçe dokunuşu biraz daha az teknik, daha anlaşılabilir, daha net bütçeler meclise sunmamıza imkan verdi. Vatandaşların daha anlaşılır, anlamasını bu dokümanların sağladı. Yine bütçe eki dokümanlarda da mümkün olduğu kadar bu anlayışı hayata geçirmeye çalışıyoruz. Program bütçenin hayata geçirildiği dönem 2021 yılı tam olarak salgın dönemiydi. O yüzden çok zor şartlarda hayata geçirilen bir çalışma oldu. Bu bakımdan hem destek sağlayan ülkemizdeki kamu kurum kuruluşlarına ve çalışma arkadaşlarıma buradan bir kere daha teşekkür etmek istiyorum. Çok da fazla uzatmadan başlangıcı merkez yönetim kapsamındaki idarelerle yaptık. Kademeli şekilde program bütçeyi diğer idarelere yani yerel yönetimlere, sosyal güvenlik kuruluşlarına yansıtılması yönelik çalışmalar geçmiş yıllarda yürütüldü. Özellikle aramızda Hakkı Hakan Yılmaz hocamız da var. Kendisinin yerel yönetimlere yaygınlaştırılması, program bütçenin yaygınlaştırılması anlamında büyük katkıları oldu. Bizim başkanlığımız koordinasyonunda ve Çevre Şehircilik İklim Değişikliği Bakanlığımızın koordinasyonunda bu çalışmalar hayata geçirildi ve 2026 yılından itibaren yerel yönetimlerde şu an hali hazırda program bütçeye uyumlu bütçelerini hazırlamış oldular. Teşekkür ederim.
Okay, I might stop you there so we can go to. Sorry. Stop. We're still finishing the translation. No, thank you very much for sharing and for the great improvements, especially with the program-based budgeting, that able to get that off the ground. That I'll pass it off to Boyan to, so just keep mindful to keep it just short a bit because the real substance comes a little after.
Absolutely, I'll speak English. Firstly, thank you very much for the invitation. Very glad to be here. Very glad to see so many budget people at one place, not so often to see. Indeed, I think that in the, if you would want to see the last decade, program budgeting was kind of epidemic for the whole region. And that was, I would say, the top topic in Montenegro that I would outline from many reforms that we did in the previous period. Especially the presentation was compared to 2019. If we take that period as a baseline, program budgeting in Montenegro has been introduced in 2021 with the help of our colleagues, especially EEC, and I think that significantly improved the transparency, the quality of information, the reporting as a consequence. So, and it gave a lot of a new base for many other reforms to be taken in the coming period. Obviously, program budgeting is a living document. We are not very much satisfied. We're not satisfied where it is now. We want to develop it further, and we do it every year. And hopefully in the coming period, we'll have more focus on the performance. Now, obviously, program budgeting as such has various types of it from country to country. In some countries, it's only informative. In very few countries, is clearly performance-based in terms of allocation of funding based on the performance. What we want to have is a proper or adequate medium position, let's say. We want to have all decision makers pretty much aware of the decisions they're making. They need to have all the information in a timely basis. And we want to make the clear distinction between what are the priorities of the government to what is being budgeted. Currently, as it was said in the initial presentation this morning, budget documents are very big, provides a lot of information. Montenegro budget document is about 4,000 pages. I don't think anybody can get navigated through it in an efficient way, but everybody can find some information interesting for it. And in the coming period, we want to make it much more easy to navigate, much more easy to find what you're looking for. And we want to have a proper presentation of it. And now probably we will have more discussion on it when it comes to the report, the OBS report that we have that have been conducted in the previous period. But that's where we, for example, see in Montenegro one of the let's say fields where we need improvement is the citizen budget. We want to present so many information in a easily understandable way. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Sure. No, thank you. It's interesting to see the connection, as both of you mentioned, the program-based budgeting improvements. Now I'll pass it off to Vesna, who discuss how.
Thank you, Liliana, and thank you for the colleagues. Now I'll be speaking from the other side, so those that are monitoring the budget transparency, participation, and the quality and extent of the oversight as the pillars of OP. I will be speaking for my country, for North Macedonia. Well, coming from the civil society, it is relevant to first to stress that civil society, academia, media, and so on are those that basically require first the data to be available, to be transparent, and then to move on to the next step to be able to translate them into workable and effective information to inform the public debate. Now, it is not a good feeling as coming from the country when we see regionally there is some progress, but looking at North Macedonia, the progress has been stalling. Let's say we have marginal progress and not significant leaps throughout the decade. So it seems like on the aspect of transparency and providing data disclosure, budget-related data, we have reached some plateau. So maybe it's time to think whether transparency needs to move further and go into the area of being more accountable, credible, and like you said, the next topic is to move from the planning to move to the actual execution. However, there are some let's say highlights that should be emphasized. One is the new budget law, organic budget law. However, it is not that new. It is almost 4 years. It is good that it fills some of the gaps, not only for transparency, but also transparency. However, we have deficiency in delayed implementation in important parts of the law. Another aspect.
Okay, I might stop you there as well to.
Yeah. Okay.
To keep it short enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the last one.
Yes, I'll try to be brief. I mean, in the Albania's case, I think it was a mixture of external forces and internal forces. I mean, external, be it international community. I mean, helping Albania in its reforms in the public finance domain. I would start with the organic budget law that was the new one that was approved in 2008, in which one of the core principles of the budgetary system was transparency. I mean, it's one of the principles in which it's explained. I mean, the other principles are just mentioned, but this, especially transparency, is explained to detail. So, following that, in 2016, we made amendments, some significant amendments to the organic budget law, in which we stipulated the program and performance-based budgeting, and also we put condition to the line ministries and the other budgetary institutions to consult with the civil society organization during their budget preparation process. This was further bolstered in the local government domain with the new local finance law, where it was legalized the participatory budgeting in the budgeting process of local government units. So, to sum it up, we are still, not satisfied with what we have achieved so far. We have achieved a lot. I mean, the amount of information that is available through the internet, through web pages of line ministries and especially the Ministry of Finances is large. Of course, we are trying to expand this kind of information with other platforms that we are currently engaging with the European Union. And we want to see more action with the civil society and the citizens in particular in order to have a more effective participation of civil society in policy making and policy implementation and let's say accountability in general. One of the last things that I just crossed my mind is that there is another spillover effect because we are talking about the region of the Balkans, especially Western Balkans. We use a lot a document in which all the countries prepare, which is the ERP. I mean, the Economic Reform Program, in which there's a lot of data there that we use for benchmarking. I mean, for comparing how they're doing, how we're doing. And of course, with the amount of information that is there and with this kind of same fashion that is published, I think it will be useful for other countries to get this data and see how they're doing and how can they, let's say, improve things in accordance with what the peers are doing. So this is one of the, let's say, reflections on this, on top of civil society and citizens in general. Thank you.
Thank you all for sharing some both improvements and still the challenges and laying the groundwork for the road ahead. So now I'm going to pivot us to the first round about budget execution. So as many of you even mentioned, there's been great increases in program-based budgeting and things like that that tend to happen more during budget preparation and then approval processes. And that is what we see, is that more in budget documents, more information tends to be richer during those stages than during execution. And yet, as Sally had noted, execution is precisely that stage that matters most for accountability. And so the problem is not just a gap in the amount of information, it is a gap in explanation. So when governments report updated figures without explaining the reasoning behind changes, every mid-year adjustment, again, as Sally noted, becomes maybe a source of suspicion. So without context, these are not read as neutral technical decisions, and they raise questions that can go unanswered. And this is what this round is about, not just whether governments report, but whether they explain. So I'd like to start. It was a perfect setup from a question from the audience, because I'll actually start with you, Mr. Gentian. As we know, Albania has made meaningful progress in strengthening their mid-year review in recent years. So I'd like to ask you, what enabled those improvements and what difference has it made, either for internal decision-making or for how Parliament or the public engages with budget execution documents?
As I already said in my earlier intervention, it works both ways. I mean, it's external and internal. I mean, us as public officials, I mean, we are, let's say, kind of leading the reform. I mean, of course, the politicians are the, let's say, the main actors in that regard. Coming back to the implementation phase, of course, this mid-year review or mid-year report is stipulated in the organic budget law. I mean, since 2016. So this is one of the key reforms that we have had. But what is not, let's say, working as we would wish to is the fact that the budget is kind of revised in a not, let's say, normal fashion. I mean, there is a lot of usage of normative acts in which also other international partners have noticed, and they are advising us to let's say, they reduce the use and change the budget to more normal way, in which you, let's say, you prepare more information for the public, more information for the parliamentarians, and you provide more time for discussion and debate, and subsequently, I mean, approve the changes in the parliament. But doing it with normative act does not leave any room for this kind of discussion and debate and scrutiny, I mean, from the parliament. So we have to work on that. I think one of the key features of the OBS of 2025 for Albania was that we, for the first time, I think in 2024, we have issued a citizens version of the mid-year report, and I think it will be followed by the end-year report for that. But the challenge remains on the right channels, that we have to engage with the citizens in order to get their feedback on how they perceive and what is their, let's say, opinion on how the government is doing in that regard. But I think also civil society, I think, is another challenge, because it's more to do with central government. Of course, I already mentioned that our law stipulates that civil society organizations are, let's say, invited to be active part of discussions when the budget is prepared. The results are mixed. Some civil society are approached by line ministries, some are not. So it's a kind of a 50-50 fault. I cannot say that it's totally line ministries. I mean, we have stipulated some like 15 days notice that you should inform the civil society organizations that are pertaining to that sector, to that line ministry, to come. They don't come, so it's an ongoing challenge that we want to get addressed. It's not easy. I don't think other countries have, let's say, a huge success rate in that. I mean, civil society organizations have their own problems, own agendas, and we need to find, let's say, creative ways in bringing them in the table and try to engage them with public policy making, and which is the most important thing, their role as watchdogs. That is more important than for me than the let's say, being the provider of policy options. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you for sharing, and what you described on the gap with the normative act and being able to report on deviations as a challenge. And I want to now turn to Turkey, that has a distinctive approach to mid-year reviews, where you have the institutional level financial reports that complement the central government reporting, provides detailed implementation data across public administrations. So I'd like to ask, from your perspective, what are the advantages of that kind of decentralized model for fiscal management and monitoring?
Evet, sizin de ifade ettiğiniz gibi ülkemiz raporlama anlamında iyi örneklerden biri olarak nitelendirilebilir. Gerek idareler tarafından gerekse merkezi yönetim anlamında birçok raporlama yapıyoruz. Yılın
Wait, sorry, can I just pause 1 second? I think the translation. Sorry, the channels are getting set up. It's good?
again,
Yeah, Now it's good.
Baştan başlayayım çok kısaca. Birçok dokümanı örnek olarak ülke uygulamalarını dikkate aldığımızda iyi örneklerden biri olduğunu söyleyebilirim raporlama ve dokümantasyon anlamında. İdareler 5 yıllık stratejik planlarını hazırlıyorlar. Yıllık performans programları var. Yine yıl içerisinde mid-year review dediğimiz raporlar yayınlanıyor. Faaliyet raporları, o yılın ertesi yıl içerisinde faaliyet raporları yayınlanıyor ve aylık bütçe gerçekleşmelerine ilişkin düzenli olarak kamuoyuna ve vatandaşlara gerekli raporlamalar erişilebilir şekilde yapılıyor. Ve bu bahsettiğim aylık bütçe gerçekleşmeleri verileri oldukça ayrıntılı. Gerek ekonomik sınıflandırmanın her düzeyinde, fonksiyonel sınıflandırmaya göre ekonomik sınıflandırma ve program düzeyinde bu verileri paylaşıyoruz. Fakat tartışılan konulardan bir tanesi olduğu için bütçe uygulaması anlamında evet ülkemizde de bazı eksiklikler, ülkemiz uygulamasında da bazı eksiklikler olduğunu söyleyebilirim. Burada ifade edebileceğim husus temel olarak bütçenin meclisteki görüşme ve değerlendirme sürecine ilişkin olabilir. Ülkemiz uygulamasında bu kadar raporlama yapılıyor ama şöyle bir eksiklik var baktığımızda. Başka ülkelerde olan yıl içi meclis review dediğimiz, değerlendirmesi dediğimiz süreç bizim mali mevzuatımızda yok. Yani 3 ayda bir ya da 6 ayda bir yapılan bu uygulama ülkemiz uygulamasında yok. Daha çok yeni yıl bütçesi görüşülürken, meclis sürecinde görüşülürken bu konular tartışılıyor ve gündeme geliyor. Yine ilave olarak ifade edebileceğim bir diğer husus da ülkemizde de aralıklarla gündeme gelip tartışıldığı için beyan etmemde faydalı olacaktır buradaki tartışmalara. Mecliste merkezi yönetim bütçe kanun teklifi komisyon olarak komisyon olarak plan ve bütçe komisyonu dediğimiz komisyonda görüşülüyor ve burada geçtikten sonra genel kurulun gündemine geliyor. Diğer ihtisas komisyonları dediğimiz eğitim komisyonu, sağlık komisyonu, adalet komisyonu gibi komisyonlar bütçede doğrudan rol almıyorlar. Asıl çalışma plan ve bütçe komisyonu üzerinden yürüyor. Yine bir diğer hususta plan ve bütçe komisyonu altında bütçede kesin hesaba yönelik alt komisyonlar oluşturulması ve bu komisyonlar üzerinden önce bütçe kanun teklifinin değerlendirilmesi, arkasından plan ve bütçe komisyonunun gündemine gelmesi yönünde öneriler var. Bunun da temel gerekçesi şu, eminim Balkan ülkelerinin, Batı Balkan ülkelerinin uygulamasında da genelde böyledir. Bütçe meclise geldiği zaman temel olarak kesin hesapla birlikte görüşülüyor. Bizim uygulamamızda benzer şekilde sizde de öyledir diye düşünüyorum. Ama asıl odak bütçede oluyor, bütçe teklifinde oluyor. Geçmiş yıl uygulaması, yani o kesin hesap dediğimiz kanun teklifi biraz daha bir tık daha geri planda kalıyor ve çok üzerinde tartışılmıyor. Buradaki öneriyle yapılmak istenen hem bütçe kanun teklifine gerekli odağın sağlanması hem de kesin hesap dediğimiz geçmiş yıl harcamalarına ilişkin görüşmelerin daha etkin şekilde yapılabilmesini sağlamak şeklinde. Temel olarak söyleyebileceğim hususlar bunlar. Bu konuda da zaten adımlar atılması öngörülürse Türkiye Büyük Millet Meclisimizin yetkisi çerçevesinde gerekli düzenlemeler yapılabilir durumda. Teşekkür ederim.
Yes, thank you, Ali. And so, yeah, both Albania and Turkey are kind of navigating and mentioned this kind of role that Parliament also plays in the mid-year review and in reporting mid-year deviations to Parliament. I'd like to now bring it to Boyan, since Montenegro has strengthened its in-year reporting and provides detailed updates on revenues and spending. But I want to ask you about the next steps. So what would it take in practical terms to move from reporting execution figures to producing a mid-year analysis that explains deviations? So what changed, why it changed, and what it means for the rest of the year.
No, firstly, just to say that reporting is extremely important, not only to ourselves, for the Ministry of Finance itself to understand better where the funds are going and how efficient they are being spent, but also those are kind of questions that we very frequently being asked by all our international partners, all investors in Montenegro. They want to see exactly that. So even though being more transparent somehow and very often is against the interest of the specific spending units of the budget, it is actually of the interest of the state to be as more transparent as possible. The sooner we understand it, the better, right? Now, as you said, we did had significant progress in the previous period in terms of publishing various reports. We publish execution reports looking from the different perspective on all budget classifications on a monthly basis, on a quarterly basis, on an annual basis. We do still lack this much more comprehensive midterm report. We, in the previous period, had some difficulties in producing such report, and I would say purely because of the setup that basically requires full decentralized approach to the reporting. Now, to be more efficient on this, we need more automatization. We need information that is at least available to be generated automatically, right? So the effort is done only on and focus on the key aspects of it. Now we changed this approach to the midterm reporting, and this year hopefully we will be able to produce one, and it will become kind of a standardized reporting process. In the previous period, we didn't manage because not so many spending units basically reported, and the quality of data we received was not so high. So those reports were not so meaningful. So this year, hopefully, we will be able to do it. And it will be, let's say, a regular thing. What we also will try to do is to have increase in the quality of the targets and indicators and performance information. What we're currently working on, and hopefully as of next year we will have some results, is automized linkages of the budget performance information with the strategic documents. This will basically put currently two parallel processes in one, which is reporting on the strategic implementation and reporting on the budget execution. And the definition and defining of the indicators will be also automized based on the linkages between the softwares. So that will help us, let's say, have much better availability of information and steer the process into one. Very often, what many counterparts do not understand is that so many things that are happening, so many reforms, so many reporting, and everything what is being done is basically done by the same people. So all the reforms being implemented, all the reporting being done, the implementation, the analysis, and everything is literally done by the same people. So we need to find ways to automate and help find more time for the proper analysis rather than, putting a majority of time to the labor work. So that's basically what we are trying to do to put as much digitalization as possible in our process.
Thank you. Yeah, it was, the perfect response in the sense of, yeah, you mentioned that the original part of technical difficulties, but also using now automation and different tools to help make the reporting process easier, but also free up space to do that kind of explanation piece that is often harder to do when there's one or two people doing it all. And now I'd like to turn to Vesna as what was mentioned as one of the actors was Parliament, but there's also another actor that uses execution data, and that comes from civil society and the public. And as we've heard throughout this week before, many civil society organizations in different regions were mentioning exactly what they need from budget information. So I want To hear your perspective, what is the biggest gap between what governments report during execution and what is actually useful for understanding budget decisions as they unfold?
Again, only from the perspective of a single country. I posed the question in the general presentation about the trigger, what makes these example countries, why they published the more comprehensive data or data at all when it comes to the budget execution. And thanks to Genti, I got the gist that there is a need for trigger, either regulatory or pressure from external forces. Now, as I mentioned, as a country, we are faced with a plateau that we need a trigger to increase the transparency when it comes to the publishing disclosure of data when it comes to the budget execution. We don't produce mid-year review. The in-year reports are not elaborated or not comprehensive, which then limits the possibility for both the civil society, but limits also the possibility for the parliament to scrutinize and to monitor the work and the performance of the government. So this is essential, but not only essential in the comprehensiveness, also in the timeliness, because if we have the data post activity, then we are talking about only compliance, and this is usually compliance at the end of the year. If we want to talk about credibility and do our job, we need the information on a timely basis, in real time, so we can monitor patterns and see differences in structure, basically to monitor if the social contract is honored as it was enacted by the parliament. So timely information, comprehensive information when they're missing in the execution, it is essential for us to be able to analyze, to propose, to monitor, to do our watchdog role on a timely basis when it matters and when it can be heard. Otherwise, at the end, it's already late.
Yes, thank you. I think it's a good way to round out, I think, what we've heard, because there was mentions too of challenges and timeliness and the different role Parliament plays, not just only as someone who is also looking at the mid-year review, but as a group that has to also understand the information too. And so I will now go into our second round of questions, and this is and this brings us to our second theme, because fiscal risks in many ways are the deepest explanation gap of all, because it's not just what changed this year, but it's what pressures are quietly building for the years ahead. And these pressures have never been more real. We are operating in a fiscal environment that has fundamentally changed. Inflation shocks, debt servicing pressures, energy transitions, and the legacy of pandemic spending. These are not background conditions. They are actively shaping what governments can and cannot do. And in that environment, what fiscal risks governments identify and whether that picture is shared with the parliament and the public shapes the quality of every budget decision that follows. And this is not just about external accountability, it's about whether the right information is in the room when decisions are being made. And yet, as we've seen, this is precisely where disclosure is weakest. And that is the gap that this round we're going to discuss. So, as was mentioned, governments, often analyze fiscal risks internally. And as Gentian mentioned too, we've also seen these in the economic reform program documents. but the value of that analysis depends enormously on when and where it enters the budget process. So since you brought it up, I'd like to start with you, Gentian. From your perspective, what is the case for bringing fiscal risk information more directly into the budget proposal itself at the stage when it is most visible to Parliament and the public, rather than treating it as a separate technical exercise or just for external pressure?
We do have, I mean, as we speak, there is a special chapter that deals with fiscal risks to pertaining to PPPs, to guarantees and SOEs. In the explanatory notes of the annual budget law. Also, there's a fiscal risk statement being published as we speak. It was not the case in the last years, so there was this, tendency to not publish because it's was perceived as a bad thing, and personally I'm in favor of, let's say, publishing, and then it's better to publish than not to publish. I mean, this is a common advice in terms of transparency. Of course, fiscal risks are wide. I mean, you have macro fiscal, you have risks pertaining to debt management, you have fiscal risks pertaining to state-owned enterprises, and we do report on these areas, but the quality of the analysis and the deepness of the analysis, I think, still lacks. And we're trying bit by bit, I mean, with the help of international actors, especially World Bank and IMF. They're actively helping the structure inside the Ministry of Finance, the Fiscal Risk Department, into digging a bit more and also providing the right technical assistance in order to provide this information. Of course, from the past exercises of the open budget surveys, there was this lack of, analysis of scenarios in the macroeconomic side of things when you talk about indicators like growth, inflation, and other macroeconomic variables, and what would be the alternative scenarios or sensitivity analysis. This is lacking as we speak, and that's coming from a series of reports on the open budgets surveys of Albania's case, and I think also in other instances in other countries. And it's also being noticed by the EU, especially EU authorities, and we are working hand in hand with them in order to make this to address this shortcoming. One key area that we are addressing as we speak is that we will publish the first report on deviations of macro fiscal and budgetary forecasting for the period of 2025. It will be done within the month of April. We have drafted an instruction, special instruction of the Minister of Finance, which defines the key variables that will be explained. And I think it's a very good transparency tool on which the government itself explains the variations between the forecasting that was done at the beginning of the pre-budget year to what was eventually approved at the end of the year. And there, I think, might provide also the basis for these alternative scenarios that are very sensitive and very interlinked with fiscal risk statement or fiscal risk management on that side. So this is one of the new things that we are engaging with, also with the European Union, and I think it's part also of the our public financial management strategy that we have in place. 2023-2030 is the time frame of the strategy. So we know where we are lacking on that department, and we hope that we can strengthen more the fiscal department and to be a more, let's say, coordination role, and because as we speak is part of the budget department, but it should not be. I mean, it should be more independent and get information from all the departments and be more, let's say, in autonomous in how they evaluate or appraise the risks that are attached to specific processes in the budget management. Thank you.
Thank you, Gentian. It's very great to hear that you guys are already taking many steps to try and improve the fiscal risk analysis, as well as publishing a fiscal risk statement. There's a point you mentioned that I actually want to bring Ali on, was this gap kind of you mentioned about how fiscal risks are understood internally and how they are communicated, or what change when they are communicated externally. And so for you, I just wanted to ask, what are the real barriers to external communication of fiscal risks?
Bütçeler ilginç dokümanlar. Biz sonuçta tabii ki hükümetler tarafından bütçeler hazırlanırken farklı senaryolarla gerekli hazırlıklar yapılıyor. Kötü senaryoyu dikkate alıyoruz, iyi senaryoyu dikkate alıyoruz, makul senaryoyu dikkate alıyoruz. Ve bu yaptığınız çalışmaların neticesinde uygun görülen alternatiflerden bir tanesiyle o varsayımlara göre hazırlanan bütçe meclise gönderiliyor. Ve mecliste gerekli değişiklikler, uygun görülen değişiklikler yapıldıktan sonra yasalaşıyor. Yani bu yaptığınız çalışmalar, alternatifler sadece sizin bir iç çalışmanız olarak kalıyor. Dolayısıyla bütçede öngörebildiğimiz şeyler var, tedbirlerini alabildiğimiz gelişmeler var ama hiç öngöremediğimiz konular da var. Mesela biz 2023 yılı bütçesini hazırladığımızda Ekim ayı itibariyle 2022'nin Ekim'inde meclise sevkini yapmıştık. Ve yasalaşması o yılın sonu itibariyle oldu ve 2023 yılı başı itibariyle uygulamaya girdi. Fakat hiç öngöremediğimiz 2023 yılı Şubat ayında meydana gelen büyük depremler oradaki bütün varsayımları bertaraf etti ve bütçeye ilave ciddi bir yük binmesine neden oldu. Çok ciddi can kayıpları oldu, çok ciddi hasar ve tahribata neden oldu. Keşke hiç olmasaydı. Zaten bundan sonrası için bu tür hasar tahribatının ortaya çıkmasını engelleyecek şekilde gerekli dönüşüm çalışmalarına yönelik tedbirleri alıyoruz. Fakat o deprem çok büyük iz bıraktı. Hem insani anlamda hem de mali anlamda. Buna yönelik olarak şöyle bir yola gitmek durumunda kaldık. Biliyorsunuz bu tür durumlar için ek bütçe devreye alma imkanı var. Son yıllarda ülkede yapılan ek bütçeleri dikkate alırsak eğer 2022 yılında ve 2023 yılında ek bütçe meclise ek bütçe sunma yoluna gittik. 2022 yılındaki temel gerekçe enflasyonun genel düzeylerin düzeyindeki yükselme bizim varsayımlarımızın oldukça üzerinde olduğu için bu yola gidildi. 2023 yılındaki ek bütçedeki temel gerekçe de depremin meydana getirdiği ilave maliyetin karşılanması oldu. Deprem meydana gelir gelmez hemen kamuoyunun bilgilendirilmesi anlamında gerekli raporlamalar hazırlandı. Depremden hemen sonra Mart ayı içerisinde Başkanlığımız, Strateji Bütçe Başkanlığımız koordinasyonunda idarelerin sağladığı bilgiler üzerinden bir deprem raporu yayınlandı. Yine bu rapor her sonraki yıllarda, her yılın Şubat ayında yeniden düzenlendi ve kamuoyuna hasar ne oldu ve bundan sonra bu hasar tahribatının giderilmesiyle alakalı ne tür çalışmalar yapıldı? Bunun bilgisini rakamsal verileriyle gayet açık ve şeffaf bir şekilde iletişimini sağlamaya çalıştık ve bu önemli bir işlevi oldu. 2023 depreminden sonra bugüne kadar merkezi yönetim bütçesinden yaptığımız harcamaya gelince yaklaşık 91,5 milyar dolar tutarında bir harcama ortaya çıktı ki bu dediğim gibi 2023 yılı bütçesinde hiç yer almayan kalemlerdi. Sonraki yıllarda tabii ki öngörülebilir hale geldiği için 24, 25 ve 26 bütçelerinde biz kademeli şekilde bu maliyeti, bu harcamalar için öngörülen ödeneklere doğal olarak bütçelerde yer verdik. Bir diğer husus...
Forgive me for interrupting. I just want to honor everyone's time and make sure we get to all four panelists.
Söyleyecek çok şeyim var aslında.
No, we could talk forever about these topics. I think it's such a short time, and I want to make sure there's time for the audience to ask questions. So yeah, thank you for sharing on, especially the risks, these unforeseen risks that you could not foresee. I mean, the pandemic was also a risk that nobody could have foreseen as well. So yeah, I want to go now to you, Boyan, and take this a step further, because I know in Montenegro there's been real progress on bringing SOE related risks, more systematically in the budget process. And that is significant because contingent liabilities from SOEs are among the most common sources of fiscal pressure in the region. But I want to ask about a different dimension of the same challenge, because fiscal risks don't only originate within the executive. So Parliament can pass a law that creates a spending obligation. The government then has to fund, sometimes without any prior assessment or what that commitment will actually cost over time. So how do you manage that multi-stakeholder dimension of fiscal risk, where the source of the risk sits outside the Ministry of Finance? And what would better coordination across institutions look like in practice?
Indeed, fiscal risks is becoming more prominent topic, not only in Montenegro, I would say. In Montenegro, as you rightfully said, SOEs related fiscal risks have been developed and the most advanced. In the process, we've been receiving continuous help by the IMF. We've been using health check tool for all the SOEs on the central level of the government. Other fiscal risks have been present, but obviously not at the easily found and easily navigated. And the fact that the fiscal risk topic is becoming very, very more important in the times that we're living in right now, we've approached to systemic inclusion of the fiscal risk analysis as a regular approach to it. Last year, we started this process, and what we've done in the meantime is that we changed our internal organizational scheme of the ministry. We established a specific unit within the budget, and I must say, compared to the case in Albania, in Montenegro is perfectly suited to be in budget department, because that's where all the information are coming in. And this unit has a role of coordinating the process and maintaining and developing the fiscal risk registry. So we've developed the fiscal risk registry. We have organized a steering committee within the Ministry of Finance, which includes basically all the divisions of the Ministry of Finance, where we are going to meet on a frequent basis 3-4 times a year, discussing various fiscal risks and discussing where it stands compared to what was initially planned. The fiscal risk statement, including all aspects of the fiscal risk, not only SOEs, but macro, expenditure, revenues, guarantees, debt risk, all will be included in the next MTBF, which is going to be published in April or May, which is, let's say, initial phase of the budget documentation, though it will not be part of the budget law as it is, because some of those risks are outdated at that point of time, because SOE's risk, you can accumulate the data related to the previous year. So we think that it is perfectly suited to be discussed and presented and issued and published already in the first half of the year. And aside of the external reporting, there will be the whole procedure which has already been adopted in terms of internal procedures and making aware of all decision makers on the risks that are being present and what is their status and how reliable those risks are and whether they will materialize or not. So we have seen the need of this, and we approach to the implementation of risk management in the sense of having it centralized and having it institutionalized. So it's basically now a regular thing we do. And the next first publication related to fiscal risks is in April or May.
Thank you. And it's very interesting to hear of the new unit on fiscal risk management and the role they're going to play, as well as with all the different actors coming together in the hearings you talked about, is trying to close that multi kind of stakeholder gap that exists within fiscal risks. So to close out this round of questions, I want us to go to Vesna, who, as many of us know, fiscal risk information, even when it exists, is often technical, fragmented, or can be buried in annexes. So what would need to change for fiscal risk disclosures to be genuinely useful to organizations like yours and to the wider public to help build trust?
As the colleagues mentioned, they are aware of the importance of the fiscal risk disclosure, as it is also aware it is also important for the public and for them being notified on time that possible risks have been taken into consideration, what will be the effects within the possible effects if they materialize on the policies, what will be in certain scenarios, the budget cuts, what to expect, which policies will be prioritized, and what will be deprioritized. At the end, it creates predictability, but also it enhances the trust in the execution and dealing with unexpected risks. As for Macedonia, I would say that certain bits and pieces of the information are part of either the budget, but all others are, especially when it comes to scenarios and so a sensitivity analysis, are scattered around other documents such as, I don't know, the fiscal policy or public debt management strategies and so on. When it comes to the usefulness, it is useful for sure to be complementary within the process of starting with the budget proposal, with the executive budget proposal. However, before this has gone through. Has gone already to the parliament, so there is enough time that the fiscal risks are debated, perceived, and further on then be managed more correctly or expected. So I would say that, to summarize, that the intention and the way that is monitored through the IBP only from the perspective of the document, the executive budget document, it is important. to be incorporated rather than scattered around, so it will receive a decent debate before even reaches the parliament to be able to debate it openly. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Vesna, and for sharing about the value that comes from this information being more incorporated into the executive's budget proposal for citizens, the public, and also for Parliament to see how these risks are affecting government decisions. So I want to thank you all for a genuinely substantive conversation on some difficult topics. What makes clear from the discussion is, the next frontier of fiscal transparency is not only about volume of information, but about meaning, and making these documents that are now published to go deeper and ask and answer the harder questions. And so the real test is whether that information will help people understand the decisions, how decisions evolve, how risks are managed, and why the budget looks different at year's end than it did on the day it was approved. So again, if transparency tells us what is happening, credibility comes from explaining why. And with that, I would like to open the floor to questions. And we'll keep questions focused, ideally directed at a specific panelist or theme, and try to take 2 or 3 at a time.
Yes, hello. My name is Wim Mullens from the EU delegation here in Albania. I had a question a bit on how the people in the panel are feeling about how to deal with fiscal shocks, because obviously we're probably in the middle of a new fiscal shock. And in the past, we've seen that fiscal shocks are often used. Also, obviously, there's government response to it, but very often it also restricts transparency and accountability and involvement of parliament in the kind of decision making. And I'm very happy that Genti actually referred to the fact that in Albania still a lot of the budget review is done through normative acts, which was initially as a response to a fiscal shock, but maybe has become the standard norm. So how do you also make sure that, maybe a justified quick response to a fiscal shock does not turn into a long-term reduction in budget transparency and budget accountability? And maybe very specifically how you think of dealing with the current fiscal shock and whether this poses any particular challenges in this regard. Thank you.
Oh, I thought that. Hello, everyone. I'm Bezad Halilay, Deputy Auditor General from Kosovo. I am curious to ask, especially Turkey presenter, regarding to earthquake situation, based on the best practices on law and some procedures of the country, should budget in the planning budget should think about the unpredictable situation, for example, earthquake and other situation. And in this context, I am curious to know, in the planning budget, do you plan the contingency reserve or reserve funds, which means I understand that it is unpredictable to predict a extended situation, or how high can be the needs for actions. But do you have the component in your budget, these funds?
maybe can start there. Is pretty direct. As I understood correctly, is whether or not Turkey has contingency funds or how to incorporate those to mitigate these
Evet,
risks.
öncelikle soru için teşekkür ederim. Oldukça kırılgan dönemlerden geçiyoruz. Şoklara maruz kaldığımız dönemler. Türkiye buna maruz kaldığı gibi buradaki burada yer alan ülkeler de benzer şoklara maruz kalıyor. Biz özellikle enerji ihtiyacını çoğunlukla ithal eden bir ülkeyiz. Yani yurt dışından temin eden bir ülkeyiz. Dolayısıyla petrol fiyatlarında meydana gelen bir şok otomatik olarak bütçemizi de etkiliyor. Bu tabii ki ortaya çıkan gerçekleşen mali risklerden bir tanesi. Bütçemiz içerisinde 5018 sayılı temel kanundan bahsetmiştim. Bizim genel bütçe başlangıç ödenekleri dediğimiz aşağı yukarı bütçe büyüklüğüne tekabül eden bir rakam. %2'si oranında bütçe içerisinde bir yedek ödenek imkanımız var. Bunu ihtiyaç duyulması durumunda bütçenin içinde ihtiyaçlar arasında, ödenek ihtiyaçları arasında aktararak kullanabiliyoruz. Yani bu kullanabileceğimiz imkanlardan bir tanesi. Diğer bir husus da şöyle bir yola gidiyoruz. Alternatif olarak şeyi de söylemiştim. Ek bütçeyi de söylemiştim. Şimdi bu şok eğer uzun süreli ortaya çıkarsa, inşallah öyle bir şey olmaz. Özellikle Orta Doğu'daki krizden bahsediyorum. Yıl sonuna kadar uzaması gibi bir durum ortaya çıkarsa burada ilave olarak meclise ilave kaynak için gitme gibi bir alternatif de devreye alınabilir. Yani şu aşamada bunu söyleme benim de imkanım yok. Çünkü bu biraz bu krizin ne kadar süreceğiyle alakalı. Bir diğer alternatif de şöyle bir yola gidiyoruz. Mümkün olduğu kadar bütçenin kendi içerisinde tasarruf edebileceğimiz alanlardaki ödeneği, kaynağı diğer öncelikli alanlara transfer etme yoluna gidiyoruz. Bu konuda da gerek 5018 sayılı kanun gerekse de meclisten çıkan 2026 yılı Merkezi Yönetim Bütçe Kanunu'nda belli sınırlamalar dahilinde aktarma, ödenekler arasında aktarma yapma yetkimiz var. Tabii ki bu dediğim gibi sınırlı. Bizim mesela 5018 sayılı kanun gereği idare bütçeleri arasında yapabileceğimiz aktarma tutarı bütçenin %20'sini geçemiyor. Böyle bir
I
sınırlı
might
alan.
just stop you there.
Evet, okey.
So we can continue.
Dolayısıyla bu tür şoklar için imkanlarımız var. Bunu bütçe içerisinde halledemediğimiz zaman ilave içinde hallettiğimiz kısım yedek ödenek, bütçe içerisindeki kaynak aktarımları. Bu olmazsa da ek bütçe çare olarak ortaya çıkan alternatif. Teşekkür ederim.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to open the first question to the panel that was asked on kind of how you feel in dealing with fiscal shocks, or how do you make sure, if I understood correctly, an adjustment in fiscal shocks doesn't lead to, or an adjustment in the budget or a fiscal shock doesn't lead to a long-term risk. Gentian?
Teased it a little bit in my previous intervention. Of course, now I think there are more plausible justification to change the law by a normative act. Of course, these are lessons learned because it happened with Ukraine war, Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, where the oil prices and other commodity prices were even higher than now. I mean, in Albania's case, and we are kind of using the same path, and most probably we will change the budget to if the situation persists. So of course, I agree with Wim that, I mean, these instances that do reoccur need more, let's say, a more long-term thinking and kind of addressing the issues to the core. I mean, into finding good alternatives or better alternatives, into easing the pressures on the budget when it comes to these external shocks or macroeconomic shocks. So, yeah, I do think this is kind of sort of a wake-up call that, I mean, all of the governments that are here and all of the world's government to think about alternative approaches into dealing with such commodities that are not everywhere, but they're in specific areas, and try to find alternatives if they are available, and try to mitigate as much as possible these shocks. However, I think this at the end of the day, I mean, you still would use this not that good instrument that is normative acts to change the budget. But I think the way to go is to do it in a more normal procedure. I mean, you talked about the mid-year report. The mid-year report in itself should deliver a key message that you are going to change the budget or not. I mean, it was not said in the previous interventions by from my colleagues. I don't know if it was mentioned in the first part of the panel of the workshop, but that is the main message that should be conveyed to the parliamentarians, that you are going to change or not the budget, and if so, I mean, you have to draft the changes and send it to the parliament in the normal procedure. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have time for one more question or no? No. Okay, so now we are going to, I thank you all for being here and for engaging the discussion. We are going to break now for lunch, I believe, right? And then we will be back at 1400 for back here for the panel 2 session. So yes, if the panelists are still around, I'm sure you can ask your additional questions then. Thank you.
Up to the restaurant.
So welcome back, all of you. I hope you had a good lunch, delicious lunch. And this afternoon, we're gonna have this second session, and it's gonna be a little bit different from the first one. We're gonna approach two different issues. Consider the OBS, the Open Budget Survey pillars. We're gonna talk more on the oversight aspect of the budget and also the participation, public participation. So the focus of this session is going to be around the budget accountability ecosystem, examining how public institutions such as legislatures, the Supreme Audit Institution, fiscal councils, interact with civil society organizations to ensure that public resources are managed responsibly. As Sally shared the results this morning, we have some gaps when we talk about accountability, and we're going to focus on two topics in this session. The first one is going to be around the audit recommendations. As Sally mentioned in the morning, sharing the results, is that the audit recommendations, the follow-up on the audit recommendations is still an accountability gap. So few countries in the region, the executive provide information to the public around what measures they have taken to address some of the recommendations issued by the superior institutions. And the second topic for this table is going to be about the civil society's role in monitoring the budget implementation and influence budget decisions. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about how can we do to improve the public participation scores, to create new mechanisms for public participation in the region, to enhance some of the current mechanisms that are already in place. So first of all, I want to introduce the panelists. Here on my left is Besad Halilay. He's the Deputy Auditor General from the National Audit Office in Kosovo. So welcome. Our second one is Marko Milanovic. He is a special advisor of the Fiscal Council in Serbia. The Fiscal Council in Serbia is the independent fiscal institution there. And then next to Marko is Albana Dimitri. She's the director of the Institute of Public and Private Policies in Albania. Welcome. And from my far left is Bojana Selakovic. She is the director of the National Convention on the European Union from Serbia. So welcome all. So let's start. So the idea is I'm gonna pose some questions for each of you, and each of you gonna have 4 minutes to respond. You can also ask questions at the end of this round of the first responses. And then you're gonna have the second topic around public participation, and you're gonna open to the public also for us to interact around these two topics here. So let's start. So the first round is gonna be around the audit recommendations and oversight effectiveness. So I'm gonna start with Besad Halilay on my side. And Kosovo, consider the different countries in the region. Kosovo has a very good system where both the executive reports publicly on what steps it has taken to address audit findings. So this is the case, the only country where the executive proactively share with the public what they are doing in terms to address the audit findings. On the other hand, the National Audit Office from Kosovo reports on previous year's recommendation and on whether they have been addressed or not. So my question to you, could you explain how it works, the challenges you have faced, to keep the government, the audit recommendations actionable and keep pressure on the executive? And if you could give us one example of a positive outcome based on the audit recommendation that was addressed properly. So over to you.
Faleminderit, Alex. Përshëndetje për të gjithë. Unë fillimisht mund shpreh para jush kënaqësinë time për vlerësimin edhe sot që është prezantuar për Kosovën, veçanërisht edhe këto që theksoi Aleksi për sa i përket nivelit të zhvillimit mbikëqyrjes e në veçanti pjesës së auditimit në Kosovë. Para se me vazhdu me pyetjen e Aleksit, do të shkurtimisht do të ndalem te pjesa e misionit apo rolit kryesor që ka një zyre supreme e auditimit, dhe ajo është mbyllja e zinxhirit të llogarithanjes. Ne sot po diskutojmë gjatë ditës për llogarithanin edhe transparencën. Zyret kombëtare të auditimit kanë rol kyç në këtë drejtim, që pas gjithë proceseve tjera, planifikimit buxhetit, ekzekutimit buxhetit, janë institucionet supreme të auditimit ato që sigurojnë atë mbylljen e zinxhirit të llogaridhënies dhe sigurojnë taksapaguesin publikun përmes raporteve të veta publike. Siç u përmend, zyra kombëtare e auditimit e Kosovës ka vite që edhe në bazë të legjislacionit, edhe në bazë të akteve kushtetuese, çdo raport apo rezultat të vet e publikon. Dhe me këtë i vënë dieni lexuesit, shfrytëzuesit e buxhetit dhe personat përgjegjës për menaxhimin e paras publike, përgjetjet edhe çështjet e ngritura. Për sa i po kthehem tek rekomandimet apo procesin e zbatimit të rekomandimeve. Marr parasysh temën të cilën po diskutohet sot, zyra kombëtare e auditimit e Kosovës ka një mbulueshmëri jashtëzakonisht madhe në shumë aspekte për sa i përket qoftë procesit planifikimit buxhetit, ekzekutimit dhe monitorimit të tij. Sigurisht që ne auditorët përriremi edhe në diskutim që t'jemi më kritik, themi, edhe është skepticizmi profesional ai që na dominon, dhe mirë po në këtë rast unë fillimisht do të thoja që në aspektin e menaxhimit buxhetit dhe planifikimit, Kosova ka një progres të mirë, por që normalisht bazuar në rezultatet tona, ka çështje të ndryshme të cilat ne identifikojmë. Ndër rekomandimet kryesore që kanë bojnë me buxhetin janë problemet me lëvizjet e shpeshta buxhetore, mandej problemet me rialokimet, detyrimet kontingente apo detyrimet të rregullta, të cilat themi çrregullojnë balancin buxhetor të një shteti, mandej kemi problemet menaxhimit të kontratave ose mos përdorimi efikas i programit specifik, tash nuk e di saktësisht, por shtetet duhet ta kenë këtë program për sa i përket investimeve publike. Kosova ka një program të veçantë për investimet publike ku vlerësohet fillimisht nevoja, vlerësohet adekuatshmëria, prioritizohen projektet, mandej edhe vlerësohet nëse ato projekte janë të gatshme për të zbatuar, por ajo çka është gjithsesi e rëndësishme që shpesh herë ne identifikojmë mangësi, është mungesa e analizave të cost benefitit apo përfitimit për paranë e dhënë. Për sa i përket rekomandimeve të dhëna, nuk është se jemi të kënaqur, zakonisht ndoshta pritjet tona janë më të mëdha për zbatimin e rekomandimeve. Ne kemi një sistem adekuat qoftë të adresimit të rekomandimeve, por edhe për ciljes së zbatimit të rekomandimeve. Çdo vit ne i përcjellim zbatimin e rekomandimeve në organizata buxhetore. Mirë po, nëse flasim për vitin 2025, krahasu me vitet paraprake, numri i rekomandimeve ka ra, domethënë është më i ulët, por kemi edhe rënje të zbatimit të rekomandimeve. Çka e ka shkaktuar këtë? E ka shkaktuar veçanërisht themi sfidat me mos konstituimin, çështjet politike, mungesa e kuvendit për më shumë se një vit, mandej zgjedhjet, përsëritja disa herë zgjedhjeve në Kosovë, por edhe përfshi zgjedhjet lokale të cilat kanë ndodhur në vitin e kaluar, pra për nivelin lokal. Krejt këto angazhimi i themi i institucioneve në zgjedhje, në ndryshimet në nivel lokal, për shembull ndryshimi i struktura menaxhuese, ka bërë që niveli i angazhimit për zbatimin e rekomandimeve të jetë i ulët. Okay.
Thank you very much, Bezad. We're going to have another round.
Okay. Okay.
But it's very interesting to know that the number of recommendations issued has dropped and some of the reasons. So let's move to Marco. What is interesting, if you think the difference between, you know, the oversight power that a supreme institution they have embedded in the legislation. When you talk about independent fiscal institutions, it's a new institution that they do analysis, they publish their recommendations, but it's a new institution is a budget accountability ecosystem. So in the region, only Serbia and North Macedonia have established independent fiscal institution, the fiscal councils. So I'd like to ask you if you could share with us a little bit about, you know, how was this process that is still very recent of the establishment of a fiscal council in Serbia, and the main opportunities and constraints of the fiscal council on translating your analysis and recommendations into concrete government actions.
Okay, thank you. So, fiscal council, as opposed to, for example, Supreme Audit Institution, doesn't have enforcement mechanisms, you know, for the government to follow up on any of the recommendations or our sayings. Which puts us in a relatively specific situation. On one hand, the government or legislator just have to acknowledge it, but doesn't need to explain why or why not they obliged to it and why they maybe didn't apply what we suggested. On the other side, maybe one specific thing is that we saw in the practice that government actually uses our recommendation and actually takes them on board. But the problem is that they take them lately. I mean, when the cost of inaction raises so much, then there is no place, you know, to put the problem below the carpet. So I'll give you one example, concrete about it. It was the time of a fiscal consolidation that Serbia did in 2014. It was the needed measures to stabilize the budget because we were striking into the public debt crisis. And I will remind that we as a fiscal council proposed those measures in 2012, so at least 2 years earlier, which should be gradual and less costly. So the government ignored it, but eventually they implied even more strict burden and with more costs politically and other side. And after that, there is a follow-up of this methodology. So we suggest something, and the government that just ignore it or maybe oppose it, and in the other hand, they adopt it. I will remember our analysis about the urgency of the reform in state-owned enterprises, in the reform in energy sector. I remember the government in that time told us that there is no state-owned enterprise that is a risk. And 1 year after, we had a collapse in our energy system because of these 2 state-owned enterprises. And we proactively tried to engage the conversation. And what we actually did, this is maybe important to note here. I mean, we don't have any kind of formal enforcement power, but on the other side, we are there to start and facilitate the public debate. And we also engage the civil societies. And then what we do actually is to increase the political cost of some decisions. So if we cannot prevent the government to do, I mean, politicians do what they do because it's, you know, they are the government. On the other side, we try to make, you know, making poor decision easily. So we're making them to be hard, and we are engaging with civil society, but also, you know, ordinary people like taxpayers. And I will conclude with a remark that maybe the most expensive form of weak accountability is the delayed response. So that's why we try to proactively engage with the government, not to react on the crisis, but to react before it appears.
Oh, thank you very much, Marco. And it's very interesting the difference between the different strategies, even if you don't have an enforcement power as a supreme institution, how you can, you know, create some strategies to really that your analysis and recommendations can be addressed by the government. So we're going to have the second round. It's going to be more related to public participation. So I'm going to ask the same questions for Albania and Bojana. related to this formal accountability institution, so the Supreme institution, the Fiscal Council, even the Parliament, we don't have any representative of the Parliament here, but how those formal accountability oversight institutions, how they interact with civil society organization, but more in a way that focus on the issues we are discussing here, the audit findings, the different audits, not only the audit around the public budget, but other compliance, financial, and performance audits conducted by the Supreme institution. And in the case of Serbia, the Bojana can talk about it, some of the recommendations and analysis from the Fiscal Council. When those findings and oversight concerns fail to trigger government action, how civil society can mobilize public pressure, advocacy strategies to close this accountability gap and ensure that those findings and analysis shape decisions. So let's start with Albania and then move to Bojana.
Thank you, Alexander. Yeah, that's a very good point to be addressed, being frankly. And if we see on the transparency level, both the Parliament and the government and the Supreme Audit has done their job. So they have nothing hidden, and everything is public. The problem is whom they are outreaching, in the sense of how much they are considering the other actors, the citizens and the civil society or the others into this action. And if we talk about the Supreme Audit, there has been long period in Albania to make the Supreme Audit to be independent. I mean, it has been seen mostly like a political trade-off among political forces who is going to run. Now I think there is a time that you see an independent one, which as the legitimacy comes from the parliament, we see him only responding to the parliament. And this creates a gap among the civil society or the citizens to be informed. So once they finish the year, they go once a year and report to the parliament as a body that is appointed by the parliament, not as a supreme audit that has to share the things with the public, because we're speaking about the use of the public funds. So this is one weak point that has to be, bless you, has to be open for the public and for seeing even the consistency that do not derive directly to them, but that they are consistency of all the institutions that are running or doing their job in the country or defined by the constitution. So I would like to see, besides the parliament, not besides the Supreme Audit, not being only finding the issues and defining and submitting the recommendation, but a follow-up in the sense what's happening, and maybe creating a track record that these are the issues that we saw with the implementation or use of the public fund, and this has been improved, this has not been improved, something to be open for the public. And I would like to see the parliament more in that role. Parliament is the check and balance for governance and for the Supreme Audit. And going from planning, implementation, monitoring, and after planning, you have to make sure that the system will get improved within itself. So the parliament that is keeping mostly the open debate and involving civil society only during the proposal submission, when the budget is prepared, and forgetting about that in all the phases, has to, in a certain way, to consider that. Now we can speak politically. Politically, how much they are open to say about the recommendation. And this is something where civil society should play a role. But being frankly, I don't see in Albania the civil society very active in entering into in such details of the use of the funds. More is like representing certain groups, disabled association, etc., or business association for certain issues, but not too much into saying, hey, how the money are used. Are they used as they should, etc., etc. So Parliament as a legislative body, but also the Supreme Audit, has to make that mechanism of change in order to make sure that the public funds are used and you get improved. There is one enforcement thing that or issue that has to be addressed, that, for example, if the state audit is saying that, hey, you are not using the public fund as it should. This is a recommendation, but what happens? There is one element that I noticed recently in Albania, and we are going through this justice reform, which is big under corruption, against corruption, etc. And I see that supermodi is becoming food for special prosecution in Albania, which is a good way, let's say, because you publicly see in the media and everywhere that certain issues relating of misuse of funds or non-inefficient use of it, etc., is becoming in the public. So I see more like general prosecution and media bringing up the issue that the supermodi is raising rather than I see parliament. But being into this situation, I think that opening up it from what direction coming is a good thing for civil society and for the citizens to be aware of what has to be changed and how to be changed.
Thank you, Albana. So, Bojana, the same question. So, what is the situation in Serbia? So, in the case of Albania, Albana just said that the CSOs are not so active upon the audit recommendations, more the media, the public prosecutors. So, how's the situation in Serbia in relationship not only with the supreme institution in Serbia but also with the Fiscal Council?
Thank you. I will switch to Serbian. I think it will be easier for me and I will be more clear. Da, uloga civilnog društva kad u procesima koji se odnose na budžet i na javne financije, kada je u pitanju Srbija, prati situaciju koja se dešava u svim drugim procesima. Ono što je nama generalno problem kao civilnom društvu jeste što mi možemo govoriti o jednom sveukupnom deficitu odgovornosti i transparentnosti institucija, a vrlo često i nejasnim pozicijama u okviru našeg pravnog sistema. Brojni izveštaji, pre svega različitih i međunarodnih organizacija, poslednji nacrt izveštaja o Srbiji u Evropskom parlamentu koristi formulacije koje se zovu zarobljena država. I u tom kontekstu taj problem monopolizacije institucija i njihov politički uticaj zapravo smanjuju prostor za učešće u bilo kakvim procesima. Ne samo civilnom društvu, nego i bilo kojim drugim nedržavnim organima. Izvinjavam se. U tom kontekstu, kada pričamo o konkretno institucijama koje se odnose na sistem javnih finansija, i sama uloga parlamenta je prilično devalvirana. U Srbiji je prošli budžet usvojen praktično bez rasprave u Narodnoj skupštini. Vrlo često, to je postala uobičajena praksa, o budžetu se raspravlja na poslednjoj sednici u toku kalendarske godine zajedno sa po 20, 30, 40 drugih zakona i to smanjuje mogućnost da čak i poslanici koji su deo Narodne skupštine ne mogu na kvalitetan način da o tome raspravljaju. Tako da mi uvek moramo da se vratimo i to je ono na šta mi iz civilnog društva uvek upozoravamo, na opšte stanje vladavine prava, stepen demokratije i uopšteno integritet institucija, jer na ovim procesima se to vrlo jasno vidi. Sa druge strane, postojanje određenih nezavisnih institucija u Srbiji uopšte takođe je obesmišljeno do određene mere, kad govorimo o nekim drugim nezavisnim institucijama koje treba da štite, recimo, ljudska prava, a sa druge strane imali smo situaciju da je čak i rad, nalazi, rezultati Fiskalnog saveta su vrlo često bili predmet političke kritike i praktično jedina institucija koja ima određeni integritet jeste Državna revizorska institucija. Tu postoji određeni stepen poverenja u široj javnosti, iako i članove saveta ove institucije takođe bira parlament i prosto politička većina mora da se složi oko njihovog rada. Međutim, po njihovim tvrdnjama, oni nisu pod pritiscima, mogu slobodno da rade, ali ono što mi sada kao javnost i kao civilno društvo sa čim imamo problem, to je što nama su nejasni kriterijumi po kojima oni biraju ko će biti predmet njihovog nadzora i to što oni nemaju otvorene kanale komunikacije ka građanima, ka široj javnosti i civilnom društvu, gde bi mogle da se prijavljuju nekakve nepravilnosti koje su uoče u vezi sa potrošnjom budžetskih sredstava. Oni objavljuju svoje izveštaje, ali to vrlo često bude po 6 meseci, godinu dana nakon završenog procesa i ono što sigurno znamo da je problem, to jeste stepen ispunjenosti njihovih preporuka. To je ono što je institucionalni gap i najznačajniji primer u tom smislu jeste da su oni 2022. godine recimo dali preporuku da se razreši gradonačelnik Beograda, glavnog grada Srbije, zbog uočenih nepravilnosti i nepostupanja po preporukama u vezi sa finansiranjem rada, mislim da su bile predškolske ustanove u pitanju. Dakle, oni imaju čak i tu mogućnost da predlože da se neki funkcioner razreši ukoliko ne postoji taj volja da se prethodne preporuke revizora ispunjavaju. Taj čovek je i dan danas gradonačelnik Beograda, tako da prosto vidimo koliko je to imalo efekta, a posebno njihov rad sada postaje značajan iz godine u godinu, jer najveći broj nepravilnosti koje oni utvrde odnosi se na oblast javnih nabavki i izbegavanja primene propisa o javnim nabavkama, iako je institucionalno to sve na mestu. Međutim, mi u Srbiji imamo problem, i to se konstatuje i u izveštajima Evropske komisije, o tome da se zaobilaze pravila za javne nabavke na različite načine i nekako najodurniji primer za to jeste da je Narodna skupština, koja bi trebalo da ima najznačajniju ulogu u nadzoru, usvojila lex specialis, kojim za potrebe ovog najvećeg investicionog projekta u skorije vreme, koji se odnosi na izložbu Expo 2027, je prosto omogućila da sve što se ugovara i koristi, dakle sve vrste poslova su izuzete od pravila o javnim nabavkama i to onda sada stvara novi efekat tako što različite institucije pod okvir EXPA stavljaju brojne druge aktivnosti, brojne druge investicije koje čak ni lokacijski nisu blizu toga gde će se desiti ta izložba i na taj način obesmišljavaju uopšteni sistem. Tako da u tom smislu mi vidimo upravo tu prostor za unapređenje i za neku bolju komunikaciju i otvaranje državne revizorske institucije, jer oni trenutno, zahvaljujući ovlašćenjima koje imaju, su najčvršća karika u nadzoru.
No, that's great. Thank you, Bojana. And we are seeing that, this formal accountability mechanism, I would say, that these institutions, the dialogue that they established with the executive, other accountability actors, the legislatures, the civil society organizations, prosecutors, media. So how this ecosystem can work to better management of the public funds. Let's shift a little bit. We're still talking about the oversight, but not focus now on the role of the CSOs, the civil society organizations, the NGOs, academia, grassroots. So it's a group of different actors that also interact with public officials and around the budget in different stages. So the Open Budget Survey, we measure the existence or not of public participation mechanisms during the formulation of the budget, during the budget debates, the implementation of the budget, or also some mechanism established by the Supreme institution, how they can hear like some suggestions in terms of audit topics that they can conduct. So my question here is, how can we enhance public participation? Is the area that Sally said in the morning that the score is the lowest comparing with the oversight, the formal role of the parliament and the Supreme institution that we measured. How can we enhance public mobilization, citizen mobilization, but also creation and enhancement of mechanisms for dialogue between the government and the civil society? So let's start the other way. So in the morning, the head of the budget here in Albania, when he mentioned the pre-budget consultations in Albania, that the ministries, the line ministries, and the municipalities, they need to conduct some consultations with the CSOs before they table the budget in the parliament. So there are some mechanisms in place. Albania, I'm going to start with you. There are some mechanisms in place here in Albania, but also the Gentian, the head of the budget, he said during his remarks how to find creative ways to bring CSOs to the table. So this is something that is in his head, so they are thinking about it. But from your perspective, considering the context in Albania, so we have like a mechanism in the legal framework. We have some provisions for the line ministries and the municipalities to conduct public hearings. What are the main issues here in Albania to enhance public participation in the budget and translate those consultations into real influence over budget priorities and decisions? Over to you.
Thank you, Alex. I mean, this is a topic, an issue that once the communism collapsed in Albania after 90s, you see in all international community, politicians, that citizens are important. They have to be part of our decision making, and without them, we do not do anything. But I think now, after 35 years in democracy, that something is missing in the citizens' point of view. Is trust, is they are smarter than us, they know better than us, or we already choose the people that would like to think for us. So here is the gap of where we are going and fighting. We are going through EU, and there are a lot of chapters, principles, requirements to be defined. And in these 35 years, our legal framework is doing great. We have done legally, we have a good legislation, we have obligation for public hearings in central level, in local level, we have obligation for public hearings in the implementation, in the budget finalization and the reporting, etc., etc. And here is the gap that we as a civil society has to complete. 14 years ago, I was very excited to start as a civil society, because I thought that, hey, there is room for everybody to give some opinion and ideas. I might say today that I'm a kind of disappointed, because the room that the civil society in Albania has is low. All the donors are speaking that the civil society is important, the ambassadors are saying that civil society is important, but hey, civil society has to be supported and has to be there in key decision making. And this is something that we are lacking behind. And me, as myself and my team as an institute, for example, as regard this point, we have done some progress, let's say, in increasing the capacity of legislative body. For example, we started some exercise with city councils. We think that the city council is very important because they approve the budget, they adopt the budget. The mayor goes as an executive, present the budget, get adopted, implemented. But where is the opinion of the citizen? So in a certain way, this check and balance at the local level, it started to be established. And I think they are much, much closer than the central government to create some channels, to create also the trust that what they promised is already implemented. There are cases that some local governments are making public hearings with the administration and not with the citizen. There are cases that you have perfect examples of voting for the priorities, defining, turning back when the budget is adopted, going there and saying that, hey, this is something priority and we already did, and this is or creating certain groups and saying we promise 1,000 trees to be planted and there are 999 or are 1,000, creating this public trust mechanism there. While at the central level, I see it difficult because, for example, me as an institute, if I want to go in a committee like National Finance Committee at the Parliament body to say my opinion as an institute. I have an experience with my team of 14 years in Albania, and I might have an idea. I might have something. There is no room for me as civil society. Everything is by invitation. You should be representing a group. You should be that, and they consider that as a civil society. So this is missing something. For the governance, I think they are fine government. Small civil society, less organized civil society is better for them because it's less room in their ears. So I see international community, and now that we are approaching EU, I see more EU, and I have been raising this issue in all the discussion we had with the EU ambassador in Albania, saying that don't emphasize that civil society is important without supporting the civil society to play its role. Otherwise, we're going to be like consulting small firms, fighting for funds, getting our salaries and going home at 5 p.m. This is not what I see civil society or what I dreamed 14 years ago when I decided to join civil society, with the idea that, yes, I have some experience to share and to make the governance better, to make the life, as much as we can, the life of the people by increasing transparency and by increasing the accountability of the governance. So this is something that I think the entire Western Balkan is lacking. And it's something that you have problem by citizens that at the moment that they vote, they are done. And after it's not follow up. For example, one issue that, just a small example that I raised in the city council, it was like, hey, we live in a populism time. We have businessmen to be politicians, we have actors to be politicians, we have everything. So they come and they say, I'll make Albania a dream that even maybe all the foreigners will come and live because it's like that. That is a political promises. No one can judge it's good or bad. The problem is that when you sit on the chair of mayor or prime minister, how you make sure that that one will be implemented. And here is something that we've been supporting city council, saying that at the moment you sit, you have an instrument that is medium-term budget framework. So you promise that, but you should have a face to go in front of citizens and say that from 10 promises I did, 5 of them or 6 of them are part of the medium-term budget framework. So let's work together. Because now I have legitimacy as a mayor, let's work together to make sure that these 5 or 6 promises that I made will be implemented, which means you have to pay taxes and I have to use as I should the funds. These are tiny elements that will increase the public trust. And I think that we entered in, now we are, after 90s, the public trust in Albania for the public institution, it was close to zero. Communism, transition, it's normal. It established a little bit of public trust on the main public service, like garbage, this and that, the things that you see. But now we are in a big question of the public trust of the main decision-making of the country, because we are speaking now for the energy, and we are speaking now for concessionary agreement, and we are speaking for tourism development, etc., which creates another mechanism to make sure that the public, it will be involved, and the civil society can play the role that it's supposed to. Otherwise, we'll continue going from 19 to 21 or 22 and having this huge gap among accountability and the oversight that we see in case of Albania, but as I saw, it is in all the other countries of the region.
No, thank you, Albana. I think it's very good when you frame it as public trust, because when you talk about public participation, it's not only get better decisions because you are consulting people, they are sharing their priorities, and the public funds, it's like that. So Sally said to generate better services and better development for the country.
If I can add something, sorry, I forget. There is a just for sharing with colleagues, there is one initiative recently of the government about the referendum. Something that we're missing. So there will be a discussion. I'm happy that this is going to happen, because even referendum, being locally, being regionally, being nationally, can test a little bit the citizens' involvement, can test how much they will be listened, for example, for certain issues. And maybe these mechanisms, I don't know the purpose the government is doing, but I'm seeing from the civil society point of view that this kind of referendum being considered locally or nationally, it will support a little bit even the discussion and the relationship that needed between the government, municipality, and the citizens. Sorry.
No, completely. And referendums are great for generate public debate around specific issues. Is another way for you to consult the population and generate public debate. But I want to focus on the public trust and go back to Bojana. Because now Serbia and all the countries in the region, as we discussed a little bit this morning with the EU representative, is this accession process, the integration process to the European Union. It means that there are new regulations. Alban also mentioned that, reporting requirements, alignment with EU standards and regulations. So you represent the National Convention on the European Union. That is a network of CSOs that are following very closely this process. So my question to you, thinking about the why have you decided to monitor and to influence this process, how are you doing it? So how the National Convention, this network, how are you doing it? And what are your main challenges? If you could focus also on the budget aspect or the fiscal aspect, but I know that, this accession process is much bigger than that. But what are, the working groups, the consultation mechanisms, what is the difference, I would say, that the CSOs, they do when they participate in this process?
Yeah, thank you. Što se tiče samog procesa pridruživanja, nacionalni konvent u Evropskoj uniji, koji je pre svega mreža od nekoliko stotina organizacija civilnog društva, ima neku vrstu institucionalne prepoznatljivosti, jer postoji obaveza i vlade i Narodne skupštine da konsultuju nacionalni konvent u svim segmentima pregovaračkog procesa. Takođe, Evropska komisija prepoznaje tu ulogu i mi zaista jesmo konsultovani u tim nekim segmentima koji se odnose na sam proces, posebno poslednjih nekoliko godina kada postoji potreba da se neki reformski procesi ubrzaju. Iz našeg iskustva, bilo koja značajnija promena reformska u Srbiji ne može da se desi ili nije se desila bez učešća evropskih aktera, odnosno ako nije inicirana od strane evropskih aktera i ono gde oni imaju fokus, to je nešto čime se bave naše institucije, sve mimo toga je negde nevidljivo, nažalost. Mi smo, shvatajući način i pravila igre, negde odlučili da probamo da iskoristimo taj label pregovaračkog, odnosno procesa pridruživanja Evropskoj uniji i da probamo da unapredimo taj segment participativnosti budžetskog procesa, dakle koristeći strukturu koja je već prepoznata kod nekih institucija, koja je prepoznata od strane Evropske unije, probamo da unapredimo ovaj segment budžetskog procesa, jer trenutno to nije u fokusu reformi u okviru sada ovog instrumenta koji se zove reformska agenda, plan rasta, iz plana rasta, a u praksi je situacija takva da mi na nacionalnom nivou, vrlo slično kao i u Albaniji, praktično nemamo nikakav mehanizam da utičemo, osim jednog javnog slušanja koje se zakazuje pred samo plenarnu sednicu, gde se raspravlja o budžetu. Vlada koja ne obavlja nikakvu vrstu konsultacija, izvinjam se, sa bilo kim i jednostavno taj prostor za uticaj je u potpunosti sužen. Koliko ćemo biti uspešni vidjet ćemo, ali to je nešto što smo jedino imali na raspolaganju, da taj proces nekako povežemo i učinimo ga vidljivim u okviru procesa pridruživanja Evropskoj uniji, iako bi to trebalo da bude osnova, iako bi to trebalo da bude tema oko koje postoji konsenzus da budžet pripada svima nama kao građanima. Takođe bih konstatovala da mi sada i uopšte u podizanju vidljivosti nedostatka učešća javnosti u ovom procesu imamo problem da objasnimo građanima zašto je to važno, upravo zbog toga što su oni u potpunosti izgubili poverenje da je moguće uticati na bilo koje procese. Mi smo i zapravo situacija na lokalnom nivou je naravno nešto bolja, ali smo čak i tu propustili momentum da neka dobra rešenja koja smo imali na lokalnom nivou do sada probamo da iskoristimo i za nacionalni nivo. Recimo, tokom jednog perioda u jednoj lokalnoj samoupravi, to je grad recimo od nekih 100.000 stanovnika, je kao praksa upravo postao referendum, gde je gradska vlast za onaj deo budžeta koji se finansira iz njihovih direktnih budžetskih, ono što su zapravo njihovi izvorni prihodi, organizovala svake godine referendum, lokalni referendum, gde su građani sami birali za taj iznos novca koji projekti će biti finansirani. Naravno, prve, druge, čak i treće godine to nije bilo mnogo, nije mnogo građana učestvovalo u tome, ali kasnije, kad su ljudi videli da to što na tom referendumu prođe se zaista i implementira, to naravno nisu neki veliki projekti zbog iznosa novca, nekako je svake godine se broj građana koji su u referendumu učestvovali povećavao. I tu su upravo organizacije civilnog društva igrale značajnu ulogu. Nažalost, kad se promenila lokalna vlast i kada je vladajuća stranka koja je i većinska partija na nacionalnom nivou tu dobila lokalnu vlast, oni su tu praksu ukinuli i sad smo se ponovo vratili u minus. Tako da mislim da je to jedna dobra ilustracija koja pokazuje kako može da se utiče na poverenje, dakle samo praksom, da nekakvi mali koraci budu zaista implementirani, da vrate poverenje u to da vredi učestvovati u tom procesu, pa onda korak po korak ići kasnije.
No, thank you, Bojana, very much, and Albana for your remarks. And let's turn to the institutions, the public institutions now, and think about this public participation issue. For Marco, sorry. As you mentioned before, Marco, you don't have enforcement power, but at the same time use different strategies and facilitate public debate. So how do you think not only the Fiscal Council in Serbia, but think about the independent fiscal institutions, this new format and this new organization in many countries, how can we use your analytical credibility and public communication role to amplify civil society's budget concerns and create incentives for not only the legislature, the SAIs, and the executive can take more seriously the concerns and the voices of the civil society organizations?
Yeah, so thanks for the question. I think it's very good, and just because it's good, I need to reflect on a few thoughts from the previous round, and then to directly answer this. I mean, the first thing of including the citizens in decisions about the budget. I mean, people need to be very careful about it, because the government or the politicians will do anything to check this empty box into doing it formally. And just as Bojana mentioned, because of our experience, it's maybe advice for other cases like Albania, because they can say, we have included the public. We have public hearing during the budget. We have public debate about the budget. But this is not a whole true. I mean, when they talk with EU officials and with the citizens, they can say, okay, we did everything what is in our power. But it's not the case. The important is not are the civil societies included, but how in the substance are they included? Because as Bojana told you, the debate is not only short, but is obsolete, because deciding about the budget is with 50 other laws that are not completely connected with the public finance at all. I mean, is the decision about cultural heritage, about I don't know, communal services, etc. So this is the first thing. The second one is something that we don't talk about that much in public, but we should. It is amended budget. So during the year, the government reshifts the priorities, and then the legislature takes the amended budget into decision. But this procedure is even more short. I mean, in Serbia at least, it's always at least. I think more than 20 previous years, it's with urgent procedure, with not just doesn't give you enough time to deal with it, but you cannot, I mean, physically go through all the pages and understand all of those numbers. So once again, this important remark is not just this to be any, new bullet point in the reform agenda, include the civil society, but to include them actively and inclusively. I mean, they have to be a part of the substance. But maybe to have a balance, because I think it will be a big burden on the civil societies to decide on each and every decision. I mean, I don't have a problem of electorate, giving the decision, because I mean, they are obliged to do it, but they need to be capable of doing with enough credibility and with enough knowledge. And when they skip procedures like they did in, for example, Serbia, I mean, every major infrastructure project is going beyond this system of public procurement. The system of public procurement on the paper is almost in line with the EU acquis, but the one remark that is mostly not visible in the first side, that maybe half of the public procurement, maybe a little bit less, but the big bulk of it's gone beyond this pipeline of ordinary umbrella procedures about construction permits, about expropriation of the land, etc. And now we are talking about the safety of this implementation and how quality is assessed. And this is the place where someone can say, yes, but the state is pragmatic. They want to skip all of those boring procedures. You can say, yes, but this doesn't mean that they are not accountable at all. So this is why Fiscal Council urges to, okay, if you skipped the public procurement law, then publish the cost-benefit analysis, which is not done for practically every project in Serbia, except the one with the tragedy of the falling canopy in Novi Sad. But after that, still the government didn't do anything about it with other projects. And we mentioned this EU growth agenda for Serbia. One of the lines there is for government to publish all of the important information on other contracts. And the deadline was 2024 and still is not published. So my opinion is that it's not enough to insist on procedures, because even if they exist, you don't have balanced powers, and the government can easily bypass those regulations and somehow show that it is done, but in the substance it is not. And this is the place where I personally think civil societies plays major role in Serbia. I mean, in Serbia they're relatively active, and I cannot blame them for being inactive. Just the opposite. I mean, if you don't have these default procedures, I mean, they are the only ones who raise the voice, and with help from us and a few institutions, I mean, they can point to a big issue, I mean, big enough to talk about it. And that's why we opened the door and the telephone line with them. I mean, we always want to interact with them, and we encourage them. Actually, we wanted also to start the school of journalists that follow this public finance, etc. So I think the situation in practice is very mixed, but we should find pragmatic solution, not to wait for, I don't know, maybe a new EU agenda, but to locally own the reforms. And that means, to increase the participation and the knowledge about it. Those issues are very big, and politics is not just, talking stuff, it's knowing stuff also. So that's why we try to engage with all of those parts of this network. So maybe just one closing remark. I recall we had one report about the usage of this contingency liability reserve, which Serbian budget also has, and we pointed out to a few, let's say, misusage. I mean, the weak control will always push the government to misreallocate and to spend more. But when we raise the issues 1 or 2 years after, I mean, government is getting a bit prudent about it, and now even the EU is asking about why are you doing this so much, go to amended budget, etc. So in all, I think all of those initiatives have their own effect, but maybe not right in the place like we wanted. So yeah, in general speaking, I think we actually need to push it more, and yeah, to be credible with quantitative analysis, but also open for questions and for other clarifications.
No, thank you, Marco. One thing that you mentioned that I think it's important is this imbalance of power and political powers. So you have the executive, the legislative, you have civil society organization that is is more diverse, and have the superior institution. So the idea is how to connect better the different expertise, the different power to face or to push for further reforms, and not just a checking box exercise. And when you talk about public participation, we as IBPU talk about meaningful participation. It's not only you have a consultation without no prior information, without no follow-up, report on what was the inputs, how they were incorporated by the government. So I think this is how can we strengthening, and I think you are doing it in Serbia, the Fiscal Council, these connections with CSOs and other actors. So the last question, then I really want to open to the plenary and to hear from you about many of the issues we discuss here. And one thing that IBP have been doing for, 10 years is trying to bring closer the supreme institutions and the CSOs. So in two ways, what we measure in the OBS is there opportunities where CSOs can suggest topics for audit. And we have in some countries, like some frameworks like the Citizens Participatory Audit in Philippines, in Nepal, where you have like a framework that you invite CSOs to suggest topics for audit, because they know where are the gaps, in terms of the implementation of some policies. You have, in this last OBS, the Open Budget Survey, we highlight that in Kosovo, the National Audit Office, you organize some roundtables with civil society to discuss topics to be included in the audit performance program. So this is great. Doesn't happen in other countries so often. Another way is how can we involve also CSOs, citizens during the audit investigations. We had some examples around the world. So consider that and consider the good example from your office. What do you think is the main institutional or political barrier that prevent a more fruitful collaboration between the National Audit Office and the civil society organizations in Kosovo?
Se sa rëndësishëm është bashkëpunimi me shoqërinë civile, besoj jemi të vetëdijshëm gjithë këtu, edhe panelistët e prezantuan pikpamjet e tyre mjaft rëndësishme edhe me vlerë. Por ajo çka është e rëndësishme, për cilën po diskutojmë dhe të mendojmë për të ardhmen, është se sa thellë po arrim me i përfshi shoqërinë civile në vendimarrjet cilat do të qoftë në këtë rast në kontekstin e shpenzimit buxhetit apo paras publike. Marr parasysh kësaj rëndësie, zyra kombëtare e auditimit Kosovë tashmë veç ka trasu ndër vite, të paktën të 5 vitet e fundit, praktikat e bashkëpunimit shumë ngushtë me shoqërinë civile. përveç mekanizmave të kuvendit, mekanizmat formal, siç është Komisioni për Mbikëqyrje të Financave Publike në Parlament, vetë Parlamenti, që diskuton gjetjet dhe rekomandimet e auditorit dhe ne asistojmë dhe ndihmojmë për sqarime dhe feedback. Ajo çka ne kemi shku për te është pikërisht kjo. Diskutojmë më shumë që ta ngrisim vetdijen qytetarën përgjithësi për rolin, për rëndësinë, për atë se çka zyra kombëtare e auditimit ofron pikërisht për qytetarët. E përmendi Aleksi edhe në surveyin i cili është bë, ne diskutojmë paktën 2 herë ose 3 herë në vit. Ulemi, i ftojmë me ftesën e institucionit tonë, shoqërinë civile, pa dallim, dhe diskutojmë për idetë e tyre, për propozimet e tyre për auditim, për fushat të caktuara të cilat janë me interes për publikun. Shoqëria civile është e hapur edhe japin propozime, ide. Mandej, ajo çka është e rëndësishme, ne për gjatë vitit, tryeza të shumta marrin pjesë sepse ka një numër i madh i organizatave shoqërisë civile që merren me fusha të caktuara, të cilat janë gjithashtu fushë veprimi i zyrës kombëtare të auditimit, për shembull, merren me çështjet e prokurimit publik, me menaxhimin e kontratave, me çështjet e mashtrimit apo korrupsionit. Edhe gjitha këto janë një ndihmës për neve, për shkak se analizat e tyre, puna që nxjerrin organizatat civile, neve na ndihmojnë edhe të planifikojmë auditimet, por edhe të konfirmojmë shpesh, ndoshta ne jemi vetëm konfirmues të asaj se çka thot shoqëria civile. Në kontekst bashkëpunimit me qytetarët, ne kemi shku përtej asaj. Në 2-3 vitet e fundit ne kemi hap, themi mundësinë që qytetarët pa dallim, individualisht, të sinjalizojnë apo të na informojnë neve për çështje të caktuara të cilat mund të jenë me thjesht shqetësim apo brengë qytetarëve apo kërkesa të tyre. Gjithashtu ne ju kemi dhënë mundësi edhe vetë qytetarët individualisht të propozojnë temat auditimit. Edhe unë mund të marr shembull që ne kemi kryer auditim nga një propozim i vetëm një qytetari i cili ka qenë anonim plotësisht, por tema e propozuar ka qenë e rëndësishme, mos flas gjithashtu shoqëritë civile shpesh herë kur kanë propozuar, ne kemi temat auditimit, sidomos në auditimet e performancës, ku kemi kryer auditim posaçërisht në bazë të propozimeve të shoqërisë civile. Ajo çka neve na ndihmon përveç kësaj është nxitja, shoqëria civile për neve është edhe një mekanizëm jo formal, mund të them, i nxitjes së zbatimit të rekomandimeve, i cili për neve është brenga kryesore, themi, kushtimisht sepse nuk është që jemi të kënaqur me zbatimin e rekomandimeve. Në anën tjetër, për me thellu thjesht këtë që unë mund ta quaj më shumë vetëdijsimi i qytetarëve përmes formave të ndryshme, mund të marr shembull vitin e kaluar dhe këtë vit ne kemi inicu kampanja vetëdijsuese për rolin e zyrës kombëtare të auditimit në kontekst të mbrojtjes së paras publike, paras së vetë atyre taksapaguesve, sepse edhe vetë shoqëria civile për ta mbajtur më shumë llogaridhënës qeverinë dhe institucionet përgjegjëse të shpenzimit të paras publike duhet bashkëpunojë dhe të jetë më afër thjesht angazhimeve tona dhe rolit tonë që kemi.
Fantastic. Thank you, Bezat. And I think those are very great examples on how, the SAIs can involve CSOs and collaborate further. So thank you very much. So let's open to the plenary. We have discussed many different issues here. So I want to hear from you, your questions or comments, and then we can also come back to the panelists. Just raise your hand, and then Marco.
No? Yes. Marco from Civil Society in Montenegro. I have a question for Mr. Milanovic from Fiscal Council, but maybe Bojana can also give some answer. Do fiscal councils make sense in our countries? We are trying to set it up in Montenegro, and I'm wondering, is it worth the effort? And what would be your kind of lessons learned for somebody trying to set it up? What to avoid or what to do? Yeah, thanks.
Let's take one more question and then we'll come back to the plenary. If any. Okay. So Marco and Bojana, if you want to answer.
Yeah, okay. So short answer is yes, definitely is meaningful. The long answer, yeah, goes like this. So first thing is, I mean, it's now a growing interest of establishing such institutions that it's not just in our region. I mean, it's widely recommended by IMF, etc. But that doesn't need to satisfy you. The thing that should be satisfying you when the institution is established is that it should be filled up with people, at least in our case, was the people from the Faculty of Economics. So they're professors. So you need to have any, let's say, high standard of having people there. And if I remember correctly, because I lightly followed the Montenegrin issue about it, it's that I think the state actually copied our law, but there was some unclearance about should or could the professor from the, for example, state faculty do this beside his own job. So the level of the number of applicants were very low, and those who applied were people from very narrow financial experience or the law. And if you have such kind of people there, I'm not sure whether they will deliver what they're supposed to be. So I think it should be open, like publicly, to, you know, like an open call, but to have very strict line of who can be inside. I mean, and the structure of the institution is the one that gives you flexibility. On the top, the decision is made by president and members, but in the back office you have a lot of you should have, not a lot of, but people with good economic knowledge and analytical skills. I mean, in our countries it's hard to have them, because I mean the pay in public sector is not very encouraging to do, but with setting some kind of special regimes for them can do it. So there are a lot of experience with IFIs which are very good, and of course you have the ones that are not doing it good, but generally I think it's very important. I mean, the region, we have very similar issues, all of the countries. So from our experience, I think we increased this level of public debate, and definitely is more plus than minus.
Bojana, ja.
Vrlo ću kratko, ja sam potpuno saglasna imajući u vidu da je Fiskalni savet takođe nezavisna institucija, iako naravno moraju članovi saveta da se biraju u parlamentu, ali nekako se pokazalo u slučaju Srbije da to jeste, da kažem, jedan deo sistema u koji postoji poverenje. Jer kad pričamo o nekim generalnim ekonomskim parametrima koji se odnose na Srbiju, to je po nekim različitim kriterijumima dosta solidnije nego neki drugi aspekti društva, pre svega kad govorimo o situaciji, opštoj vladavini prava, demokratiji i tako dalje. I onda naši politički akteri vrlo često to koriste kao argument, eto, mi neku potvrdu svoje uspešnosti kad to komuniciraju ka građanima, a onda politički oponenti, prosto znajući kakva je situacija u nekim drugim aspektima, vrlo često osporavaju i ono što je neminovno dobro na nivou uopšte neke ove makroekonomske situacije. Tako da mislim da je u tom smislu uloga Fiskalnog saveta, ako su naravno svi ovi kriterijumi zadovoljeni i ako postoji taj neki test integriteta i poverenje u ljude koji su izabrani, da zaista mogu da imaju tu jednu integrativnu funkciju u društvima kao što su ova naša.
Thank you very much. So let's open again for the public, Boyan. And then Vesna.
May I jump in on the just topic that you discussed very briefly? So, firstly, in Montenegro, Fiscal Council, it was not copied by the law in Serbia. I was actually writing it down. And it was done with the help of the EU. And there is a provision that says that the members of the Fiscal Council can be engaged in the education system, in the cultural and other aspects, basically what professors are doing, but there is a kind of very narrowed understanding by the parliament, and we are now discussing it, so that shouldn't be the case. But indeed, there were challenges in terms of having a good candidates for the members of the Fiscal Council. Because of that, most probably we're going to slightly tweak down these requirements for the membership in order just to have broader number of candidates, so the parliament can basically decide. I think having a Fiscal Council aside of what you guys already said is, firstly, it's obligation by the EU acquis. It's an independent fiscal institution needs to be established in order to independently confirm the following of the fiscal rules. That's its basically first and foremost role. But secondly, Fiscal Council is as strong as Parliament seats, because it basically either reports or is used for the Parliament decision making, and it oversees the government. So if the Parliament neglects the role of the Fiscal Council, then Fiscal Council is basically not having its functionality as it should have. Thank you.
Thank you. Being the only auditor representative from the countries, I was wondering, do you believe that the region, or maybe only for Kosovo, is ready enough or the audit office, the Supreme Audit Office, to take on another step in including the public, from just suggesting topics for audits, but further on to include the professional organizations, academia and so on into the investigations or specific cases that are audited. This is I'm interested. And another thing is, if it's not too much, does the audit report, when you present the audit report in front of the assembly, does it also include, or do you report on what the executive or how much the executive has done as per the recommendations as an auditor? Thank you.
Për përgjigjem pyetjes së parë, duhet ta kemi parasysh në rand parë kur flasim për përfshirjen e shoqërisë civile dhe kujdo tjetër qytetar apo palë të tjera të interesit në punën apo në planifikimin e temave të auditimit, në atë se çka do të mbuloj auditori. Kjo nuk na kupton me patjetër që ne duhet apo mund të marrim çdo propozim të mundshëm. Por ajo çka edhe e kërkojnë standardet, edhe praktikat ndërkombëtare është që në fakt që edhe rregullojnë. Te rasti i Kosovës edhe kushtetuta e përcakton qartë. auditori i përgjithshëm është personi apo institucioni i vetëm juridik që ka të drejtë të auditoj, e ka pavarësinë se çka duhet të auditoj, si duhet të auditoj dhe pse duhet të auditoj. Në këtë kontekst, domethënë as institucionet formale, as vetë kuvendi dhe të tjerët nuk kanë mandat të ndërhyjnë në punën e auditorit. Por pse unë mendoj, edhe pse ne kemi ardhur tashmë pas disa vite praktik apo përvojë me përfshirjen e shoqërisë civile dhe tjerëve, se është e domosdoshme përfshirja. Është fakti se këta shoqëria civile, qytetarët e ndihmojnë zyrën kombëtare të auditimit. Neve na e bëjnë më të lehtë që të përzielim tema, neve na bëjnë më thjesht, na ofrojnë më afër pikërisht temave dhe shqetësimeve për cilat edhe vetë roli i institucionit suprem të auditimit është të sigurojmë se paraja publike është duke u menaxhu mirë. Unë mund ta marr një shembull tipik. Kemi disa praktika të investimeve kapitale për shembull në vendin tonë. Një komunë e vogël, tash themi me 40.000 banor ose ndoshta më pak, merr vendim që të shpenzoj buxhetin kapital të 2 viteve rresht apo 3 viteve rresht vetëm për një projekt, një nënkalim edhe një parking nëntoksor. Tash, normalisht zyra kombëtare e auditimit nuk ndërhyn në politikbërjen e institucioneve, por në anën tjetër, mendimi i qytetarëve, shqetësimet brenda të tyre, se a duhet vërtet të shpenzohet gjithë ajo para, mandej ndërlidhja me atë që e përmenda me programin për investime publike, me cost benefitin, ne mund ta bëjmë atë edhe kemi bërë në raste të caktuara, për shembull, përveç aspekti formal i buxhetit, një komunë planifikon për 3 vite 2 milion euro projekt, mandej nënshkruan marrëveshje 8 milion edhe shkon përfundon projekti me 10 milion, 12 milion, tash ne kemi vlerësuar atë. Edhe çka kemi bërë? E kemi bërë atë çka është edhe shqetësimi i qytetarëve. Prandaj unë besoj thellë që në bazë të asaj çka ne shohim çdo ditë, kjo është më shumë ndihmës për neve si institucione dhe për publikun se sa e vetë rolit që ka shoqëria civile. Për sa i përket pyetjes dytë, realisht edhe legjislacioni dhe praktika në Kosovë është kuvendi ka një komision të veçantë të mbikëqyrjes financave publike. Është komision parlamentar që merret ekskluzivisht me raportet apo me rezultatet e auditimit, të zyrës kombëtare të auditimit. Çka bën ky komision? Ky komision rishikon, domethënë është roli mbikëqyrës i tij, rishikon dhe thirr në shqyrtim, në diskutim krerët e ekzekutivit, azo ministrat, krerët e ndërmarrjeve publike apo institucioneve të pavarura dhe në prezencën tonë, domethënë i diskuton, i shqyrton. Ne jemi aty facilitues në këtë rast, i sqarojmë ato se çka kemi thënë në raporte. Një handicap është më i madh që në nivelin komunal apo lokal nuk ka një, të paktën mekanizmat ekzistojnë, sepse në fund fundit mekanizmi mbikëqyrës është vetë asambleja komunale ose parlamenti, por që nuk e bëjnë një gjë të tillë, nuk ka mekanizma specifik ose për shembull komitetet e auditimit që do duhet të trajtonin më shumë këto çështje. Por që çka ndodh, kemi raste kur në parlament edhe diskutohet raporti jon mandej pasi që shqyrtohet në Komision Mbikëqyrje të Financave Publike, nëse raporti është domethënë me peshë, ka gjetje materiale, vlerësojnë nëse duhet edhe në seancë. Në seancë, praktika është që ne nuk marrim pjesë kur diskutojnë vetë parlamentarët. Nuk e di nëse isha tamam.
chart në përgjigje.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's not. You're gonna say something. Yeah, reflect with a budget. Yeah, let's the last reflection, and then you close the panel because you have the coffee break. Yeah.
So two reflections. When I said copied, I meant the recipe, because for people, I mean, you have it's in the budget system law in the Montenegro, just like in Serbia. So it's the same. And people maybe don't know, I mean, Fiscal Council doesn't have its own law, like, for example, the State Audit Institution has. So it's the same thing. So it's still evolving. So that's one first remark. And the second one, I don't agree that the importance or the relevance of Fiscal Council is directly connected to the, let's say, relevance in the parliament. Quite the opposite, because I mean, if you only rely on the parliament, I mean, it's not enough. That's why you need, at least we are doing it, engaging the communication with public. So we organized before the COVID, at least, and now we started again, organizing public conferences with our big report. And we also, whenever we do a sectoral study, we also send to all the media, and then we are available for talking to the people or civil societies. So generally speaking, I think that's our bigger leverage. I mean, talking to at least as we can, to talk to taxpayers. Of course, our first address is the parliament, but when they neglect, this is our main leverage in practice, at least.
Oh, thank you, Marcos. Marcos. No, I just want to finish this panel saying what Sally said at the beginning. Albana also mentioned the public trust. So when I talk about accountability actors, how can we better manage the public funds? How you can better priorities? So how can we improve public trust? And in this sense, so it's very important, as you were saying, Albana, when you asked in the first panel, that the historical, the context, because you're talking about institutions, they look like very similar. You have a budget office in the Ministry of Finance, you have, CSOs. It looks like the same, but it's not. So what can we do to really be creative and make those institutions work for better management of public funds and having better priorities of the use of public funds? So thank you very much. Thank you, Bezad, Marco, Albana, and Boyana. So you're going to have 3:45. So you're going to go to the coffee break now and come back at 3:45. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. Thank you for staying with us. My name is Andres Ponce. I'm Senior Program Officer at IBP, and I'll be the moderator of the third and last panel of the day, Pathways to Building Trust from Measurement to Practice. And really, as we have gone through today's journey, first with the presentation of the OBS results, the launch, then the discussions that we had around sort of the key insights that the OBS is presenting to us, especially around budget implementation, fiscal risks, and then later on with the conversation around engagement, public participation, and ACI involvement in the previous panel. So I would like to invite you to be now more solution-oriented and forward-looking. So the idea would be for us to emphasize what measurement tools like the Open Budget Survey, they're not really ends on themselves, but they are actually catalysts for reforms and improvements over time. And while these tools provide valuable evidence, for instance, on budget transparency and oversight and public participation, their real impact lies on how they are used to spark institutional improvements and policy change. So the discussion, I hope, will focus more on how data and comparative assessment can move beyond just diagnosis, and inform practical reform agendas, helping governments, but also oversight bodies to identify gaps, prioritize improvements, and track progress over time. And to have this conversation, I have a great panel with me that I will introduce now. First, I would like to introduce and welcome Ivona Kristic, Head of the International Cooperation from the Supreme Audit Institution in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Nikolce Jankulovski, Deputy Minister from the Ministry of Finance of North Macedonia. Also like to introduce Rona Suri, Research Coordinator from the GAD Institute in Kosovo. And my dear friend and colleague, Marko Sosic, Policy Researcher from Institute Alternativa in Montenegro. So welcome you all, and thank you for being here. Thank you also to our online audience that are still with us at this hour. And really, I want to get straight into sort of the topic. When we think about measurement to institutional action, there is a sort of pathway. And the OBS, the Open Budget Survey, has been around for almost 20 years. So how really can we move from the Open Budget Survey as a diagnostic tool to actual change? So I would like to start with Rona. So research organizations, of course, play a key role in translating complex fiscal data into accessible insights. So from the perspective of the GAP Institute, how can think tanks turn technical research into policy narratives that resonates with both policymakers, but at the same time with the wider public? So what can you tell us from the GAP experience?
Thank you, Andres. First of all, I would like to say that tools such as OBS are very important to increase transparency and accountability, as we discussed today during the day. For us in Kosovo, this is the first time that OBS is being conducted, even though we had the pilot survey in 2023. But since this is the first time, I think it's very important and the first step to drive institutional change. It offers very targeted recommendations to all relevant institutions, executive, legislative, and also to the audit institutions. So I think this is, it leads to a simpler pathway since it targets specifically these institutions. At GAP Institute, as a think tank, we've been trying to do this for years. We've created different platforms. We've also written different policy briefs, and we've also created indexes with which we evaluated institutions in different forms. I would like to mention an example of an index that we have created since 2016. It's the municipal platform, the index for municipal transparency. So we have created a list of documents, budget documents, that municipalities need to publish on their websites. And according to that list, we have scored municipalities. Also, we have listed that the documents should be in specific formats. So formats that are easily accessible, such as in Excel or Word, receive higher scores, whereas the ones that are in PDF or PDF scanned receive lower scores. And with this, we have evaluated municipalities and we have ranked them accordingly. And what we've seen is that it has created a huge debate since it was established. Municipalities have started, in a way, competing with each other and coming to us to discuss how they can improve their budget documents and how they can improve their score by publishing more documents. So at the end of the day, when we see the results until last year, we see that the score, overall average score or of this index, has improved quite a lot. In 2016, it was 41 out of 100, whereas last year it turned out to be 61 out of 100. So we evaluated 38 municipalities. So I think in this way, we as a think tank and as a part of a civil society have tried to play our role with such tools, such as similar to the OBS, I would say, to improve accountability of our institutions. We also have other platforms such as the budget platform, where we
take the budget data published by the Ministry of Finance, and we put them in a platform where citizens can easily go and find specific data from the budget. Like they can download them in an Excel format, which the ministry unfortunately does not do. They publish the budget documents in a PDF format, but they do not publish them in an Excel or downloadable format. So I believe in these ways, we have tried to bridge the gap between citizens and our public institutions.
Thank you, Rona. And I think what you mentioned is actually very important. So there is a gap that civil society is also trying to modulate for the wider public. And on one side, you mentioned, the OBS inspires you to innovate and to tailor that sort of framework and sort of evaluation into your own context. And at the same time, you see that there is a demand for a different type of way of presenting information to the public, which you take on by creating this data portal. So I think that is very interesting of how do you see innovation to try to answer these questions. And it's a good segue to my next question for Nicolce. There is relatively new leadership in the Ministry of Finance in North Macedonia. So I want to ask you, how does the ministry see the international research like the Open Budget Survey, the international benchmarks, as an incentive to take practical steps to advance budget transparency and accountability practices?
Thank you for the question. Good afternoon to the panelists, to the beautiful public here, also via webinar participants also. It is a very big pleasure to be here and to take part in this discussion. I was a little late today. We have many activities about anti-crisis measurements. We must explain to the public, to our citizens, what that means. And we are very busy also with interoperable group with other ministries to explain to our citizens what every measurement means to keep the rate of inflation. I said this as a part of transparency and the role of the government, especially of the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Economy, their role in the transparency process to the public. As you said, as a relatively new government, 1 year and 4 months, we've started with a very ambitious program. We started with the fiscal consolidity of the budget. We cut many unproductive costs, expenditures from the budget to finance the most important infrastructural projects and so on, which are very important for the citizens. And when you cut the costs, cut the sum of the budgeting, you must be transparent to the public, to the citizens, to the parliament, and to have your politics to be more valuable and appreciated from the citizens. We start with the new budget law, as you know, as a major structural reform that, among other things, has contributed to greater transparency and accountability in the spending of public funds. Its main objective is to provide a framework for predictable, sound, and sustainable fiscal policy while strengthening budgeting discipline and responsibility. This reform is also part of our broader EU accession progress and we are fully dedicated as a government to achieve the reform agenda, the laws and other things that European Union asked from our government and the broader governments in the Western Balkan countries. We established the Fiscal Council as an independent body who also is involved in the transparency. There are 3 members in the council, which are on the proposed, the first one from the National Audit Agency. The second one, the second person is from the Central Bank. And the third person is from the National Educational Scientific Academy. They also, when we are going to the parliament and we explain the numbers, the programs, what we are going to financing in the next year, the mandatory presence is also for the Fiscal Council to tell also their opinion about our predicted budget for the country, which is a very nice step to improve transparency of the budget. And also the last but the least but not the last, about the civil sector. Also, we have a good communication with the civil sector. We also evaluate their researchers researching in the society, use their numbers, and when we planned some measurements, also we use that service to our measurement be targeted and give the real effect to the citizens. And from our perspective, international research and tools such as the Open Budget Survey play a very valuable role in our reform process. They provide us with an independent and evidence-based assessment of where we stand, helping us to better understand both our progress and the areas where further improvement is needed. However, it is important to emphasize that for us, measurement is not the end goal. Rather, it is the starting point. These tools are not simply scorecards, they are instruments that guide us toward better policy making and more effective public financial management.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nikolsha. I would like to stop you there because I think what you mentioned here is super important. So the OBS is not just measurement, right? It is designed to be an agent of change and to support you in your work in the Ministry of Finance. And I think this is super important also in connection with what civil society does. So I would like to refer to Marco as well. So of course, civil society organizations use evidence from different sources to advocate for reform. So based on your work in the Instituto Alternativa, what strategies have proven effective for using data and international assessments and benchmarks to engage governments constructively and promote improvements in fiscal transparency and public participation?
Thank you, Andres. It's a difficult question. I don't have an answer to just to say at the start. If I knew it, I probably wouldn't be here. I would be back in the office working on something very useful. But I think from our experience, the most useful thing is that which the citizens are aware of, is useful to the citizens or to the wider population. Sometimes we get us researchers and people working in ministries of finance and people doing budget work, they get so bogged down into these indicators that they forget about who is it for. It is for people back home who should be using all of this indirectly or directly in order to become more informed, in order to become less prone to populism, to fabrications, to misinformation, and in order to be more able to have informed decisions. In our experiences, we had failures, we had some successes. Failures would include those attempts where we would, for example, use data so extensively and nobody would use it. Nobody would know. No citizens would just ignore it. I remember I was the author of a portal on local finances. I thought that was the most interesting topic in the world. Everybody would use it. And you had a website where all the municipalities had all the budgets for 10 years. You could dissect it. And I think I was the only one using it. And maybe one person in the Union of Municipalities and one person in the Ministry of Finance, but she had already had all the data. She was just using it to criticize me. So it was useless because it was made only from my narrow perspective. So we learned upon these failures. Now we try to do very simple things, like Ministry of Finance is now based also on our pressure, I would say in part, publishing budget transaction data, so transactions from the Treasury. But of course, they are publishing them in a way that no normal citizen can understand it. They are just publishing huge data sets that crash any normal computer that is opening them. So we create a database that kind of translates that into workable, searchable database where you can see how much is being spent, which company is getting the most money for what and stuff like that. And it is getting with zero promotion because we don't have the skills, knowledge, and even when we do it, it's wrong. But even in spite of our efforts to promote it, which are bad, it's getting a lot of usage. And also our other portals, because they're kind of conceived of based on our previous failures. And I would suggest the same thing to our Ministry of Finance and our government. Sometimes it seems like in our countries of the region where the EU is playing such a key role that we are actually doing things only for the European Commission, so that the European Commission is funding it, it's evaluating it, and it's saying it's okay, now let's do something else. And it's a closed circle between the government and the European Commission, and nobody cares whether that thing makes sense or is it used, or does it make any, is it of any use to the citizens? That is why I think we need to break it a little bit and ask the civil society to kind of always push for the Ministry of, in this case, the Ministry of Finance and the government to actually to have us in mind, to actually, when they create something or to inspect whether the public is using it. And by public, I mean general public, MPs, media, CSOs, what is the feedback? And then to change it based on that feedback, not based on some evaluation report from the European Commission or from the, I don't know which mission and stuff like that. And things get really stale in our business. What is good this year, next year will be stale or will not be used or will be overcome. Like I see in the report and in the presentations, you praise Montenegro for having budget debates in the parliament where civil society participates. That was great to us 15 years ago. It was amazing. Now we are already, I mean, we think, well, this doesn't make any sense if it's done like this. We have to improve it. We have to constantly modify it, because each year new political forces, new civil society is demanding some new things. So in order to keep current, it needs to be updated. Maybe I talked too.
Thank you, Marco. No, I think that question that you pose is the what for. It's a super important question, not only for international benchmarks, but also for the work that civil society is doing at the national level, the work that the ministries, line ministries, but also the work for the Auditor General. So I cannot think of a better or more important sort of product than audit reports for the public in terms of the value that they can give. So maybe a follow-up to that for Ivona. of course, supreme audit institutions are key actors in the accountability ecosystem and make sure that the management of public resources is adequate, is responsible, is legal. But so from your perspective, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, how can audit institutions use these international benchmarks and other sources of external evidence, for instance, what civil society put on, to strengthen the oversight work? How can these analytical sources inspire innovation in the Supreme Audit Institution in the way that, for instance, audit findings become more influential in the public debate?
I've been listening to the entire debate starting from this morning, and again and again, I was telling myself, well, this is something that we at the audit office ask ourselves every day in terms of providing evidence, providing measurement that we present, that we take a lot of time to produce, and then it ends where and it does what. Why is this important? Because one of the main principles that the International Organization of Supreme Audit Institution has, it's principle P12. It's called the values and benefits of the Supreme Audit Institutions. So all the work of the audit institutions should be aimed at improving the public sector and improving the quality of life of the citizens of the country you serve to. And for that purpose, I have to say that we use as criteria in our audits, perhaps less in financial audits, but more in performance audit and compliance part of our audits. We use international data from both civil society organizations and international think tanks, and you can also find them as references in our own reports. So we do rely to a needed extent, let's say, to the data that is produced by civil society and international organizations. But when it comes to transforming that into further actions, and how do we do it? First of all, you have to make public at large, you have to make your findings and evidence be of use to different stakeholders. When I talk about public, I talk, as Marco said, about parliament, about interest groups, about civil society organizations, individual citizens, academia. So in addition to those institutional, the executive, and etc. And in order to do that, you have to be very clear in the way you present your data. And that goes not only to our audit reports, it refers also to the reports and measurements made by international organizations and civil society organizations. So in order to make further steps, in order to transform evidence into further action, you have to go to the root of the problem. The data in itself is a base, it's evidence, but in order for it to be transformed into action, you have to present clearly what is the cause of the problem and why this problem needs to be eliminated. Audit institutions do not prefer to provide solutions for all the problems in the public sector, but generally what we are trying to do is to provide clear recommendations, understandable by everybody, that can be easily implemented and transformed into action. And that should go for the international research as well, civil society organizations as well. So the data has to become an information so that it can be used for informed decision making. So it's not only what you present, it's also how you present it and to what public you present.
Thank you. And so I think that is a very interesting proposition. So of course we have data, civil society has data. It seems that there is perhaps an asymmetry in the way that we communicate to each other about the idea on that idea of the root causes of issues, right? So maybe this is a good segue to get into the second half of this sort of the second round of the questions, that which I hope that we can dive a little bit deeper into innovation and sort of the idea of like how the future looks like, and what new ideas might spark through these sort of international research and benchmarks and best practices. And I think this is today is a good example, right? It's not often that we sit together to discuss these things. Civil society, executive representatives, supreme institutions. So maybe let's now dive a little bit deeper into what other ideas do we have, what other innovations can we think of? And maybe let me turn to Nikolsha again. Because I know that North Macedonia has made important investment in digital transparency. So including, for instance, the Open Finance portal, which allows users to track public spending throughout the year, and download information in a year-to-date manner. So can you tell us from your perspective, why do you think this tool is relevant? Also considering what Marco just said, and what lessons have you learned about ensuring that this sort of digital transparency tool strengthens accountability and understanding rather than just simply increasing data available? How do we make a value out of this portal?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. After our coming as a new government, we established the new Ministry of the Digitalization and Digital Society, because it was the main key of the digitalization of the country. We improve in a very higher quality the e-service platform, where citizens can follow all the data of the public institutions. Now we are upgrading for the public enterprises, where the money of the citizens goes via the budget of the country, and that results with the higher transparency. And maybe that is one of the key why the government has a very good rating in the country. That politics we also implemented in the municipalities in their budgeting system to improve because the local municipalities are the nearer to the citizens, and that is a very important role. In this line, I want also to emphasize the cooperation with the civil sector, which is very important. And when you see in Macedonia some TV debates, it must be a representative of the civil society, of the government, or in the parliament to exchange opinions, and citizens be announced about the advantages or maybe disadvantages of some government politics. As you said, North Macedonia has indeed made important investment in digital transparency, and the Open Finance portal, which is on the located on the Ministry of Finance website, is one of the key examples of this progress. We put a lot of information there about the expenditures of the government, of the government institutions, and the visitors of that portal continuously increasing, which is a very good sign that the public is interested and use that data to improve the politics of the government. Some of the expenditures, maybe some of the ministry agency is not spending in the right way according to the politics, the program of the government, and so on. And that is a good impulse which show us how to correct in our in the creating of the politics. From our perspectives, the relevance of this tool lies in the fact that it transforms transparency from something static into something dynamic and continuous. Instead of providing information once a year through reports, the portal allows citizens to follow public spending throughout the year, even down to individual transactions. This represents a fundamental shift in how transparency is practiced. However, through this experience, we have also learned several important lessons. First, transparency is not only about the availability of information, it is about understanding. Simply publishing data is not enough if citizens cannot interpret it or see its relevance. This is why we have complemented digital tools which citizen-oriented budget presentations which aim to explain public finances in a more accessible and meaningful way. In this line, we also now planning a public campaign to increase the interest of the citizens to use in the easy way that platform, and not just the open budget platform and the other what we have in the ministry. And every day we put new data about the public debt, about the incomes in the budget, the expenditures, capital costs, and so on and so on. Second, increasing the volume of data doesn't automatically lead to greater accountability. If information is not used, if it doesn't inform decisions, strengthen oversight, or encourage public engagement, then its impact remains limited. Therefore, our focus has shifted from publishing more information to ensuring that the information we provide is actually used. And the third, the quality and frequency of information are equally important. By improving reporting practices, including monthly, quarterly, and annually reports, we enable both institutions and citizens to follow how the budget is implemented in practice, not only what was planned. At the same time, we have come to recognize a broader and perhaps more important lesson. Tools alone do not create trust, they create the conditions for trust, but they do not guarantee it. Trust is built when transparency is combined with accountability, participation of all the stakeholders, as I mentioned earlier today, and the results. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think, it's very exciting to hear all of the things you are promising here today. I'll be very curious to hear also from our colleagues from civil society in North Macedonia later on, how do they feel? Yes, so thank you for that, and you're absolutely right. So, of course, information alone is not enough. And looking ahead, I think it's important that we consider that is the combination, is the synergy of the ecosystem of oversight, transparency, and participation what makes a valuable contribution to change. So I want to hand it over to Rona now. Let's imagine for a moment that a new participation opportunity will be available in Kosovo to discuss budget implementation, which we know from the results of the survey, it doesn't exist in any other countries. But let's assume for one moment something has been announced from the Ministry of Finance. If you could suggest perhaps concrete recommendations to make this opportunity meaningful for the public, what innovations would you suggest? What would make that essential for you to participate meaningfully?
I don't know if I understood the question correctly. So if mechanisms are created to include CSOs and citizens.
Yes, let's imagine for a second that the Ministry of Finance in Kosovo has said we want to create an opportunity to discuss budget implementation with civil society.
Yeah.
What do you think would be important to consider that is essential for you to participate meaningfully? What would you recommend the Ministry of Finance in Kosovo?
Well, we throughout our work, we usually use budget data, and also we use financial reports of the Ministry of Finance to provide recommendations and to see how the budget is executed. So what we've observed through the years, there are some issues with capital expenditures and how they're spent in Kosovo. So we found a lot of issues, for example, with misallocation of capital expenditures and by municipalities especially. We usually do that throughout the year in our reports. So we provide these recommendations, and we also discuss it with the media, and we also send these recommendations to the relevant institutions. So I believe that if this opportunity were given to us, because currently we do not have these mechanisms, we would discuss, one of the issues that we would discuss would be to allocate these expenditures correctly, because we've seen that sometimes capital expenditure budgets are used to maybe cover other fields or maybe operational expenditures, which should not be done in that way. So I think that would be one of the issues we would discuss. Another one that we have found out during our analysis, because we usually, once a year, we prepare a budget report. So once the budget document is published by the Ministry of Finance and is approved in the government, we write a short report with the main trends and changes from the previous budget and the new budget. And we usually, what we've observed is that again, at the capital expenditures category, sometimes ministries and governments tend to allocate capital expenditures to municipalities that are that the mayor is from the same party as the government and as the party in the government. So our recommendation was always to try to allocate funds based on the population of that municipality, and not only because of the political orientation that the mayor of that municipality has. So I hope I answered your answer.
Yes, thank you. No, it's very, very interesting. Thank you. So I think it's a very interesting thing to, understand that participation from the local level, especially because we tend to believe that the local level is closer to the citizens. So perhaps, the level of impact of policies is closer to their everyday lives. So thank you for that. To Ivona, beyond identifying weaknesses, how can the audit institutions collaborate and align with civil society in ways that help strengthen public trust in oversight? And of course, in the management of public finance, what can the public in Bosnia and Herzegovina look forward to in the way that they are involved in monitoring the use of public funds?
Okay, so
as I was saying, it is very important to provide for high quality exchange of information or communication with all the relevant stakeholders, and that includes civil society. So the civil society in Bosnia and Herzegovina, as far as the audit office is concerned, is included in our activities in different ways. First of all, we were among the first to introduce, and I think in Bosnia and Herzegovina we are still the only one who do that. We were the first to introduce the consultative meetings with the civil society representation organizations, through which they could candidate topics that the groups they advocate for, or public in general, or specific groups within the population, can candidate topics of interest. And through the process of selection of audit topics in performance audits, we take into account their opinions as one of the sources when we select our audit topics. However, what we've experienced is that the interest of a civil society organization is not always at the top level. If the proposed topics are not of the direct interest to a certain advocacy group, they do not come. So starting from this year, we've introduced a public call where public at large, academia, even private sector, all the non-institutional stakeholders, as Intosai calls them, can provide their proposals that we feed into the selection funnel for our performance audits. I've also heard during these discussions about the possibilities of including further the civil society organizations. And you have to bear in mind that when it comes to supreme audit institutions and their audit activities, whichever stakeholder, whether it's an expert, whether it's a civil society representative, or anyone who engages in audits, has to stick to the same level of professional skepticism and the same level of ethical behavior as every auditor in the team. So there is place for public interest, but there is no place for individual interests in such an engagement. So this is perhaps an answer somebody asked about the possibility to engage further in our not investigations but audits. And this is kind of answer. So there is place to further develop cooperation. And as I said, we very much appreciate the data provided by civil society organizations, and they are very highly appreciated source of information when we do our audits. But every other further engagement, not only of the civil society organizations, but of all other external stakeholders, has to be done in accordance with the ethical requirements and the requirements of professional skepticism that the auditors have to stick to.
Thank you so much, and very exciting to hear the developments in the Supreme Audit Institution in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So thank you so much. And the last question for this sort of round of the panel is for Marco, of course. I want to bring you back to sort of that experience of creating data portals, because I know that Institute Alternativa has made efforts into bringing more information, in budget analysis, state-owned enterprises, public procurement. So you have made these efforts, and you mentioned how sometimes it results in rather painfully experience when are not used. But of course, that experience also tells you what needs to change and what needs to be different, what needs to perhaps be a new innovation. So perhaps I want to ask you again a little bit of what would you recommend to civil society in the room today who are looking at data portals what they should be doing differently or should be thinking differently about that sort of tool?
Unfortunately, civil society is a kind of very dependent on donor support. Not only in terms of you make something and then it dies because you don't have the funds to support it anymore. But also before that, we are directed by donor support where to work, what is of interest to the donors and what is of interest to us, and then at the intersection we have to work. I mean, that's reality. We cannot do a lot about it, but our recipe was then having in mind these things. There's nothing more sad than making something and then not updating it just because the project ended. For us, that's the worst scenario. We had it a couple of times because we made the thing so expensive to maintain that there was no way for us to do it on our own. So our recipe was always to do something very lightweight. So everything that we have now, I can update it myself. I don't need anybody else. It may take me a month to do it, but I will do it and I can do it. I don't need an IT specialist. So that's maybe a very practical advice. Now with artificial intelligence, maybe possibilities are opening up even more for that kind of cheaper solutions. But more to the substance, everything that we made was made because we were actually working on a topic, and then we gathered a lot of data, and then at one point we thought we should share this. I'm talking about public procurement, for example. Because we were doing investigations into these various types of direct procurement and municipal procurements, by the nature of your research, you come about such a pile of data, and then we cannot humanly analyze it all. And we thought it's selfish to keep it all just for ourselves. Let's share it with others. Maybe journalists, other CSO citizens will find it interesting. We did the same thing for the budget for state-owned enterprises, for public procurement and budget transactions and stuff like that. And in some cases, it turned out that our ideas were then taken upon by the government or some other institution. I mean, like now for 5 years we worked on state-owned enterprises, and we did everything we could: analysis, watchdog activities. We supported others to dig around in it and stuff. We created our own portal, and now 5 years later, our key recommendation that the special law needs to be adopted with certain provisions is in the parliamentary procedure. The government has its own kind of register, which is supposed to be transformed into a portal. So you might say that this is a kind of a success. The sad thing about the think tank is you never have you cannot claim to be successful. It's always a lot of factors, and even you're the most successful when nobody's mentioning you, but they're doing the thing that you kind of proposed. So in that sense, I feel that we were successful, but now we have to come up with something else. Our work is outdated. The government is already doing what we were doing before. So now we have to come up with something new. So we need to constantly innovate and to check the pulse of what the citizens are interested in. And citizens are by nature, you cannot expect them to be interested. What normal citizen, comes back from work and then says, let's see how the budget was spent in this month? That's not a normal situation. You have to use the momentum of certain situations. For example, in Montenegro, the big change came after 2020 when we had the regime change. For us, that was a new thing. In our 1,000 years of our history, that was a new thing. And so there was now, all of a sudden, there was a lot of actors in the opposition and in the civil society, in the media, who were interested in criticizing the government in all aspects. And one of them was budget or budget transactions or public procurement. So they were using, among else, the tools that we propose. So sometimes an external change can make something that was boring before interesting now, but also you have to feel the pulse, what might be of interest. And sometimes you can get depressed because you think nobody is interested in, I don't know, the work of internal auditors, for example, which is unfortunately my kind of area of interest. But something happens, like something happens in a certain municipality, and all of a sudden everybody's interested in where are the internal auditors, or what were they doing, and then all of a sudden there's a huge need for data in that sense. So I would say you have to remain vigilant and kind of keep up with the current events and see where your instruments can be of use, and always kind of try to reinvigorate life in them, but also to work a lot with our colleagues from civil society. So we are kind of the most boring organization. So we do all of these portals and visualizations, but we also try to support others, more interesting, more kind of dynamic organizations that do stuff in areas, colorful areas, I would say, that are kind of closer to life. So education, health, LGBT, environment, to kind of offer up a little bit of our guidance on budget issues, to kind of supplement their work with audit stuff that we can maybe help them out with. So it's a struggle. And the dangerous thing is just being closed in your office and doing something that you fall in love with because you're doing it for a year, only that, and then being sad that nobody's using it. You have to go out all the time and see how it is being perceived and how it's used, and maybe modify it, or maybe in certain, like we have done, give up on something. Say, okay, this is a failure, this is dead end, we have to do something completely different. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Marco. And I think what you're saying, it's super relevant for sort of today's global context, right? Why do we do what we do? It's not just for make public finance more efficient, more effective. It's also so that the budget has a positive impact in people's lives. So your work that you do, it's not different, or it's not detached from the work that other civil societies, sectoral civil society is doing, because it should reflect the impact of your work in the other sectors that are relevant to the people, education, health. I think that's an invitation as well for our audience to help us reflect. And so we're going to take some minutes before we close to take some questions from the audience about the topics that we have discussed in this panel. So over to you, colleagues.
Thank you. I have a question for Ivona from Bosnia and Herzegovina. I mean, I was impressed by the fact that you, as representatives of the Internal Audit Supreme Body Authority, makes a kind of hearings with civil organization for any topic, any issue, any concern that they have to be addressed from your institution. And that is a good practice, which in fact, in my knowledge, it doesn't happen in our country and might be a good experience. But I was, and I like even the idea that you have a clear distinction about the authority you have and not influencing by one person, but by institution. But I was wondering, do you guys had any case, any issue, any hot issue, for example, being audit from you that has been questioned, and in which you needed, for example, an independent institution like Deloitte or whatever, these international audit companies, to verify what you have claimed or suggested to the public institution? And the second is your cooperation with internal audit. I mean, all the public institutions do have an internal audit that suggest or advise the minister or the institution as regards certain issues. And do you have any cooperation with them? I mean, how does it function? Or just you are the supreme audit, and at the moment that you make the decision for any issue from what you audit, that is final one, and no one can discuss about it or raise as an issue. Thank you.
Okay. Good. Okay, one question to the Deputy Minister of Finance in North Macedonia. So, what is the single most important reform that the ministry is prioritizing in order to move from a formal transparency into real accountability and, most importantly, the citizen trust in budget process? So I'm very strict into the question.
Okay, we selfishly take up the time to communicate with our executive in the Ministry of Finance. You rightly said, Deputy Minister, that volume of information does not automatically translate into accountability. And if it's not coupled with effective engagement, institutional oversight, and governance responsiveness, this is just formal, or just we're going to be left in the area of compliance rather than credibility. It's just information or statement or hopefulness that in the open budget survey will be taken into consideration in moving into publishing the missing documents in the near future. This is just a note, if it's acceptable, because we are aware that since we are publishing some of the documents, there is enough technical capacities to this to be furthered on. So we're not dealing with the issue of capacities within the ministry. My question is there a willingness or is there discussions within the ministry to pilot a mechanism for engagement, public engagement within the Ministry of Finance? By this, I mean mechanism for engagement that are bi-directional, that are interactive, so we can pilot them for start. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Let me start with Nicolche. So the questions, I'm just going to succinctly rephrase them or repeat them. Is first, what is one single most important sort of reform opportunity or advancement opportunity that you see to move from mere transparency to increase citizen engagement and overall trust in the ministry? And the second question was about public engagement. So what plans or what vision do you have for actively create spaces, formal spaces for public participation during the budget cycle in North Macedonia? Over to you.
Thank you for the questions. Yes, this ministry, this government changes the way of the communication with the civil sector. This civil organization is very valuable in the country. Also, the others, which have a very quality analysis, not just the Center of Economic Analysis. There is a finance tank with Blagica Petrescu, Marian. Also, we have many with valuable research are doing. Also, I'm coming from the academia, and in the next improvement of the law of budget, we will precise the way of directly communication between not just the Ministry of Finance, but also the other ministries will be the example, our law for the others also ministries to improve and well, the law of budget. That will be the and the other law which should be improvement is for the improve in the public information to share easier with the civil society when you are asking some deeply information to have it in the short time, not to wait month, 2 months, 3 months, because you are doing very good researches with a good unit, good basis. Also, the media, we for the state statistical office, we cut the costs to get the information for the media, and also we are planning to do that for the state statistical office, which is the relevant and reliable institution where you can get the critical information you need for your researchers. And in the parliament, also in the law of budget, your presence is, we are planning to be mandatory while in the process of bringing the budget for the year, for the next year, fiscal year. Also, the fiscal council, we have all that mentioned that body as independent is mentioned in the law for budget, and we are planning to do that with the civil sector. And as you can see, in the last period, when the debates for the nomination of some people for the some role in the government, when we put the civil sector in the commission, when they are present their biography, and also the whole society saw that is not that so biography of some people great as it written in the paper. We were witness about that, and we hope if that example implemented also for the transparency, especially with the budgeting process, we will increase the transparency, and some of the ministries or politics in the agricultural, in economy, supporting small media enterprises, export firms, we will be better in our politics. And if we do that, I'm convinced that we will succeed. We will have more effective politics as a government, and the public will be also in a higher value satisfied.
Thank you.
The note for the other colleague from the NGO also will be realized.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nicolce. Because of time, I will ask Ivona to be briefly in your last remarks. The question was, so the role of independent institutions in verifying the work of the Supreme Audit Institution, maybe by reviewing, the outcomes of audit reports, or by reviewing the standards of auditing practices. So that's the first question. What is the role with sort of independent institutions? And then the second question was about the role that the Supreme Audit Institution has in coordination and cooperation with the internal audit or controls units within the public institutions themselves.
So, the issue of internal audit and internal controls, standards are very specific about cooperation with the internal audits. They say that the Supreme Audit institutions would assess the work of the internal audits in the executive, in ministries, in institutions, and decide whether they can rely on their work or they will do the checks themselves. The system of internal audit in Bosnia and Herzegovina is still developing. And in majority cases, we do very extensive testing ourselves and do not rely, not because we don't trust their work, but because they are still not, do not have capacity. They don't have the number of auditors. They do not have, some of the internal audit units only have head auditor. They do not have teams to work with. There is a problem with the internal audit capacities in the institutions of Bosnia and Herzegovina. So when it comes to internal controls, we do cooperate with the Central Harmonization Unit when they do the assessment of the internal control systems, and even as a good example or good practice example, we submit ourselves to the same checks and same questionnaires that they use for all the other institutions, just to show, to lead by example. So that's the way we cooperate, for example, with Central Harmonization Unit. So there are a couple of more. We participate, for example, at the conferences of the Internal Audit Coordination Committee. We provide topics that could be of interest for internal audits and auditors, and we exchange information, exchange. So there is an exchange, but specifically, do we use the work of internal audits in the institutions? To a very limited degree up so far. The reason is not that we don't trust them. The reason is that their capacities haven't been developed. And another interesting thing is we actually supported the development of internal audit units by doing a performance audit report on their capacities. It was first regarded as, why are you doing this? Why are you pointing out their weaknesses? And the point was, it wasn't their weaknesses, it was the weaknesses of the system that needed to be improved. And that was the purpose of our report. And when it comes to, naturally, every Supreme Audit institution should be prone to external controls. There is the mechanism of peer reviews within the Supreme Audit institution community, INTOSAI, and ours was done by or led by Sigma, who engaged auditors from different Supreme Audit institutions to perform this peer review or kind of review, professional review of our work. So it was not done by Deloitte or some private company, but yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the colleagues in the panel, Ivona, Nicolce, Rona, and Marco. And I think as an overall conclusion, I think the future look more optimistic in my view. I think we have a very interesting space of communication, engagement. We can sit down and discuss these things together. We can find common place for improvement. And I think the OBS launch, it's just a starting point to continue this collaboration. I hope in the future we'll have more of these activities. Perhaps you have civil society all across the region ready to engage with you. And let's hope this we continue on this path of progress. So thank you so much, all of you. We are now closing our date, and I will leave our colleagues to provide final remarks for the closing. Thank you so much.
So basically, we have Mihai 1 minute and with the agenda. Thank you, Andres. No, I think it's really very important we have all of this discussion. Before we close, let me just say a very sincere thank you to all of you for being here today. to our panelists, to our moderators, colleagues from governments, especially, civil society, even more especially, European institutions, all of our partners in the region here and partner organizations. And thank you everyone for your time. As I said, your openness, this is also very important, your engagement throughout the day, because your presence here really means something. It shows to us willingness, it shows commitment, and it shows that in this region, there are still people and institutions who are not only ready to talk about accountability, but to work on it. And that matters. I think today's discussion made a few things very, very clear. First, we are not starting here from zero. And you can ask our colleagues across the globe. IBP has a really broad network. It's really something we have already achieved. There has been progress, and we heard that clearly today. What I liked about today is that it was not only a discussion about gaps and weaknesses, it was definitely a discussion about possibilities, because we heard a lot of good examples across the region, examples of institutions engaging, examples of CSOs making, budget information useful. So that to me is important. And as I said, I saw a lot of goodwill in this room. I saw a lot of good ideas, and especially what I value the most is to think not only about what others should do, but also what each of us can do on our side, in our role, in our institution, and in our partnership. So I hope we leave today with two things. One is the realism. We are aware because the gaps are real and the work ahead is real. But the other is encouragement, because there is real knowledge in this room, commitment and willingness. And that is a strong basis to build on. So let us continue the collaborations that already exist and make new ones where they are needed. And let us make sure that today is not only a good discussion, but also a part of a longer process of working together. Thank you again for coming and for your contributions. Over to Mihai.
Thank you, Nerman. Thank you, Nerman. So first of all, thanks to the IBP, the OBS 2025 is launched. I checked online. QR code, everything works, so perfect. I would like to thank every participant, both the civil society organizations and the government representatives, for being rather open overall, addressing issues concerning citizens' budget, cultural aspects of outreach regarding the budget, which I liked a lot, limited publication of budget documents during some of the steps of the budgeting cycle, limited oversight from the public, limited participation and engagement of the public and the CSOs, some also limited by governments, about the abuse of normative acts in order to change the budget, fiscal risks and related fiscal shocks, introducing lex specialis for projects of special importance, and bypassing regulations even in public procurement. Seems like everyone knows what the problems are. Seems like everyone knows the needs, the solutions, and in some cases, even the tools to solve them. Again, we are dealing with taxpayers' money and its expenditure. This is a responsibility of the government enshrined even in the constitutions. This is not a ticking the box exercise, and act upon it, okay? And not only because some of the elements are a key requirement, as Marco today mentioned. The CSOs assess all the steps taken by the government, and they tell the Commission about their findings, and guess what, we hear them. The Commissioner also highlighted that in her last address 2 weeks ago in the European Parliament. For the CSOs, let me break the brilliant news for you. Our Commissioner Kos is quite CSO-oriented, and she's very vocal about it whenever she meets administrations in the regions as well. And she highlighted the necessity of engagement. On our side, we assess the situation in each country. We are following and analyzing the records of the countries, taking into consideration both state and CSO data and reports. Reform and change only happens if there is willingness there is ownership, and there's action. Both administrative and political ones, of course. I'd like to recall the country representatives to further strengthen and maintain timely dialogue, not last minute before the end of the year, not in the last session of the government before everyone goes for Christmas or New Year's Eve. Timely. The engagement with the public and the CSOs. Please act upon this. The responsibilities is with you towards your own taxpayers. Again, well done for the IBP and the OBS 2025. I can say that it triggered the discussions we expected, and I believe beyond, including some of the participants being blunt and direct, which personally and professionally I have to say I have a strong preference for. We need frank discussions like these with constructive criticism. Today was a good example, and I would like to thank the IBP for providing the fora for that. So big applause to the entire.